Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Sua's Scarlet Blood War Banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the Crown Prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th Prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Xiao Chen trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th Prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th Prince's expression. He knew what the 13th Prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw. I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat, Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Xiao Chen and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Sikong Shu closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th Prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th Prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Sua charged over with the Scarlet Blood War Banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Xiao Chen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Chen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Xiao Chen sought, so he had no complaints. If Xiao Chen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiao Chen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the 9th Prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiao Chen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiaochen had already arrived. What a pity! I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince Wang Feng shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Dao Yen, the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun Wenrenyu, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th Prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th Prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of Crown Prince. The 13th Prince could only rely on the 9th Prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th Brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Daoxian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiaochen, I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the Crown Prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th Prince's instructions. Wenren came only for the ethereal immortal palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cupped fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy Son, that is Yen Tsang. He is from the Underworld God Hall. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His Death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhen Yuan and Yen Tsangming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunju and Mu Yunju communicated, Wenrenyu's gaze happened to meet Yen Tsangming's. The two smiled faintly as if that life-and-death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of Abyssal Underworld Sovereign Emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with 9th brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the 6th Prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yen watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, if I guessed right, they should be the people of the Abyssal Underworld. The 6th Prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the 6th Prince did not become the Crown Prince, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, all of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. They are all not good people. When Wenrenyu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either. One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Blackwind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Blackwind Ridge. Sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further. Master Qinming said as he looked into the depths of Blackwind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, "Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us." Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, "Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more." Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xiaoqin. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Blackwind Ridge? Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, "I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery." When Xiao Suo saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, "There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Blackwind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger." As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiaoqin and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. "Xiaoqin, you're awake." The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon. He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected?" I have collected quite a lot." Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. "Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself." Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in 1 jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together." Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, "His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince." For dragon images? When Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes. After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yan Imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. Hold on to this. Don't use it for now. Xiaochen stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. This is? Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then he looked at Xiaochen in confusion. It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yan Imperial sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds. Xiaochen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. All right. Many thanks. The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Xiaochen collected. However, since Xiaochen did not say, no one asked. Ninth Prince, what is the content of the second round? Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought. After the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yan Imperial sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yan Imperial swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position. After some thought, Xiaochen said, the refinement process will not be easy, right? Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Xiaochen asked, can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet? Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts? Xiaochen confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. You could say that. Hao Kai said after some thought, since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The 9th prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death chi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiaochen did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash and he could no longer find it. Strange. Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen looked at the others and asked, did you all hear that voice? Xiaochen, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right? Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil chi, they did not hear any other voice. I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own. Whoosh! After speaking, Xiaochen's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. This, Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiaochen's decision. Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now. Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiao Chen dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiao Chen. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiao Chen in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. Chu Chaoyun. Chapter 2301. A human face emerged from the strange pit. It was the Chu Chaoyun that Xiao Chen recognized. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, Chu Chaoyun broke out of the pit and flew towards him. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and took a step back. Then, he looked at the dirt-covered Chu Chaoyun and sized him up. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Who chased you so badly that you even used the move of hiding in a pile of corpses?" Without a doubt, the person before Xiao Chen was Chu Chaoyun. If it were not Chu Chaoyun, there was no way to explain who guided Xiao Chen to this place. Then Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun's state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries and had not recovered yet. Xiao Chen concluded that Chu Chaoyun had fought with someone and suffered significant injuries. Then he hid here. Perhaps by chance, Chu Chaoyun obtained the inheritance of this place and discovered Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that his guess was close to the mark. Chu Chaoyun did not deny anything. After some thought, he said, "I called you here to tell you about this. Be careful of one person. The Shuowu dynasty's first prince, Shi." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked softly, "You mean the black-clad half-masked man beside the first prince?" "I have been investigating him for a long time on orders from the Universe Origin sect. Previously, I found some clues in the abyssal underworld. The situation is not good." "What do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened them and said, "You should know about the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. The Black Dragon King united the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, breaking the world tree and destroying the deity world. From then on, there were no more true gods." "I know about this. All the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms should know about this as well." "Then, what are you trying to say?" Xiao Chen revealed a confused expression. He had heard this many times and knew about it many years ago. In that battle, many deities fell, the heaven-bridging peak shattered, and the world tree snapped. The martial epic actually ended. However, because of one person, he defeated the Black Dragon King and sealed it, forcefully saving us from the calamity, allowing the martial epic to continue. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who had already defeated the Black Dragon King with the Wings of Time, a transcendent grade soul tool. Without interrupting him, Xiao Chen signaled Chu Chaoyun to continue. "But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is actually related to you." "Something to do with me?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. What was Chu Chaoyun trying to say? The great war between the righteous path and the demonic path resulted in the fall of all the eternal true gods. From then on, no one in the world could live forever, surpass reincarnation, and become independent of the world. Anyone with ambition can guess that the martial epic will end. They all want to start a new epic and become the new epic master. The epic master. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. This was nothing new. The dragon spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace had said that to Xiao Chen as well. It wanted Xiaoqin to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline, establish the Divine Dragon Dynasty, and start a new epic. Simply put, that dragon spirit wanted Xiaoqin to end the martial epic and lead the Blue Dragon bloodline to rule the new epic, making him the new epic master. Perhaps you do not understand. Let me explain it this way. You can think of the martial epic as a dynasty. After the great war between the righteous path and the demonic path, this dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The feudal lords all wanted to change dynasties. Chu Chaoyun said after some thought, after that, 50,000 years ago, your Blue Dragon bloodline's Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun finally could no longer hold back. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other party with some shock and said, "This is a shocking secret. Even if you are the Universe Origin Sect's Tao disciple, logically speaking, you might not know all this." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "Don't worry about how I know for now. How much do you know about this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun?" "I only know that after his ambition swelled, someone defeated him. Then, the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, and the Golden Dragon race took over." Xiao Qin gave a half-truth and half-lie. He felt some anticipation for what Chu Chaoyun could tell him. Indeed, Xiao Qin knew very little about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Even the dragon spirit had not told him in detail. At that time, aside from being the dragon race's Dragon Emperor, he had another identity, the demonic Dao Palace's Palace Master, Chu Chaoyun said unhurriedly, shocking Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled embarrassedly and said, "Speak. I'm listening. Let's see what else you can say." "That is not important. What is important is that he nearly won back then. Unfortunately, he still lost to that person. Now that so many years have passed, no one has the courage and strength that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had back then, able to topple this tottering dynasty and start a new epic." Chu Chaoyun continued, "However, it is different now. The foe god experts of the various superfactions feel an increasing sense of threat and urgency. Although they do not know the exact reason, they are not surprised, as the epic changes and cycles endlessly. The peak experts of the old epic will be wiped out along with the old epic sooner or later, just like the martial gods in the past. It is very close. This time, whether they are willing or not, the various superfactions will have to make a choice. When the calamity descends, no one can avoid it. The person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun can only watch it happen helplessly." Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. After some thought, he said, "I roughly understand why you know these secrets." But Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Qin with interest. "Because the Universe Origin sect is ambitious as well. They place their hopes on you, hoping that you will become the epic master and start a new epic, protecting the Universe Origin sect's interests in the new epic. As for why you investigated Shi, it must be because he is the hope of the demonic Dao Hall." Xiao Qin explained his guess unhurriedly. Now, he more or less understood that this succession race of the Yanwu dynasty gathered all the people qualified to become the epic master. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Do you want to know who the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun is?" "There's no need. I can guess that he is the epic master of the martial epic. That is the Holy Lord, who currently controls the foe god world. In reality, the 5 righteous Dao superfactions are his pawns. However, the situation is already set. The martial epic will be destroyed. These pawns will no longer be willing to be manipulated by him." Xiao Qin said calmly, "Given that the 5 superfactions are actually responsible for the destruction of the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Hence, the 5 superfactions work together to make the matter of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun a taboo." Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to connect the dots so quickly. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had somewhat underestimated Xiao Qin. Perhaps Xiao Qin knew many secrets that Chu Chaoyun did not. "So, you came to look for me now to work with me to deal with Shi?" Chu Chaoyun nodded. "This person is too strong. The scarier thing is that he formed an alliance with the abyssal underworld. With the strong working together, I cannot think of anyone who can resist him. With the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the wings of time will probably be his. In this vast ancient Yan Emperor tomb, You are the only one who can trust me and earn my trust. If it were in the past, when Chu Chaoyun said this, Xiao Chen would have agreed without hesitation. However, things seemed different now. If Chu Chaoyun really wanted to start a new epic, the two of them would have to fight. Epics came and went in an endless cycle. The martial epic was coming to an end. Fate carried a boundless momentum. These people looked like the children of heaven, like the blazing sun. However, in reality, they had no choice in this surging tide. They could only make their own decisions. As Xiao Chen remained silent, the atmosphere between the two turned somewhat strange. Let's not talk about the distant, let's talk about the near. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared and she was defeated, would Chu Chaoyun give the wings of time to him? How did you get here? Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked up at Chu Chaoyun and asked an unrelated question. Me? I came alone, not with any prince. I roughly understand what you are thinking. Business is business. In that case, let's not talk about friendship, just benefits. If you agree, I will lend you a hand. This place is a copy of a certain tyrant of the Yanwu dynasty. Before he died, he killed more than 1 million cultivators and turned them into Yin soldiers to be buried with him. After some thought, Chu Chaoyun said, if you agree, I will give you the commander's tally and let you control these 1 million Yin soldiers to help the 9th prince clear the second round. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a black metal medallion floated out of Chu Chaoyun's palm. The black medallion had a great desolate Yin ferocious beast carved on it, looking like it was alive. A scarlet light as thick as ink wrapped around the medallion, making it look even stranger. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze from the medallion to Chu Chaoyun's face. Then he revealed a meaningful light in his eyes. Xiao Chen avoided the many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb without a prince. How did Chu Chaoyun do it? How about it? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant's commander's tally. Then he turned and left. Chapter 2302. Deal. Xiao Chen held the tyrant emperor commander's tally in his hand and turned to leave. Sinister winds blew endlessly in the depths of Black Wind Ridge, and a baleful aura pressed down. Resentment surged into the sky in the pit, condensing into lingering sin in the air. As Chu Chaoyun watched Xiao Chen's figure slowly disappear into the sinister winds, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Helplessness and disappointment appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Helplessness. The cycle of epics came and went. Amid the overwhelming changes, there were startling fortuitous encounters that came only once every several million years. Who could remain unscathed? The weak could do nothing but drown in the torrent. Those with ambition would be like the blazing sun, doing their best to fight. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would be dragged forward by the overwhelming momentum. This was helplessness. Anyone would feel some helplessness. However, what was the disappointment? Chu Chaoyun could not figure it out, unable to put it into words. Suddenly, Xiao Chen turned around. Just one step away from entering the boundless sinister winds, Xiao Chen stopped. Without any warning, without any trace, Xiao Chen suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The saber light was like the blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. Then it burned fiercely, looking like the blazing sun illuminating the sky. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly as he sensed some rage in this saber light. Immediately he found it strange. Where did Xiao Chen's rage come from? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, the saber intent on Xiao Chen's body soared wildly. Soon, it reached the peak of his saber domain. Then, it quickly broke through the shackles and rose again. Then, he swung his saber at the boundless sinister winds before him. In that instant, a strong wind blew. The saber light instantly scattered the sinister winds for 50,000 kilometers around, making everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, they felt that this place was boundlessly vast, with nothing in sight. He broke through. Chu Chaoyun could clearly sense that Xiao Chen's saber Dao domain had broken through from the second layer to the third layer. Compared to the elemental great Daos of wind, thunder, fire, and earth, the great Daos of saber and sword were much harder to improve. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. Since he was proficient in 3 Dao domains, the difficulty was even higher. However, at this moment, Xiaochen drew his saber in rage, instantly breaking through the shackles of his Dao domain by one layer. The chilly wind dissipated, and Xiaochen's blurry figure appeared clearly in front of Chu Chaoyan. He held the saber and stood there, using one saber to scatter the cold wind that had been circling here for 10,000 years. It was difficult for ordinary people to know how terrifying this saber strike was. However, Chu Chaoyan, who broke through the inheritance, was very clear on this. More importantly, the saber intent completely shattered the baleful Yin energy. Kacha. Sheathing his saber, Xiaochen disappeared from Chu Chaoyan's sight with a few leaps. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan's expression turned solemn, as if he had understood something. However, he still chose to use the saber in his hand to forcefully carve out a path for himself. Can one choose one's fate in their own hands? Chu Chaoyan asked somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then he left, vanishing from Black Wind Ridge, where the baleful Yin energy no longer existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the way back, Xiaochen ran into the 9th Prince's group, which he was familiar with. Wu Meng, the Heavenly Book scholar, Hao Kai, and the others were there. When they saw Xiaochen, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaochen, what happened? We sensed that you ran into trouble earlier. The 9th Prince Wang Yan asked after sizing up Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression did not change. It's dealt with for now. I already obtained the inheritance of this place. Everyone felt that something had changed with Xiaochen. However, since he did not say anything, they naturally did not pursue the matter. On the other hand, the Heavenly Book scholar's eyes lit up. He said joyfully, I more or less understand the inheritance of this place. I want to change the way we play the second round of the succession race. In the 9th Prince's team, the Heavenly Book scholar basically played the role of a strategist. Wang Yan relied on the Heavenly Book scholar's suggestions and Senior Feng's experience for many of the plans and countermeasures. What do you mean? Wang Yan looked at the Heavenly Book scholar, waiting for his analysis. After some thought, the Heavenly Book scholar said, in the second round, we need to protect His Highness and not be disturbed during the refinement. We also need to split some people to deal with the ferocious beast waves. Furthermore, we need to preserve our strongest combat power to fight the guests of the other princes. We simply do not have enough manpower. That was right. Right now, the 9th Prince only had 7 guests. Compared to the other princes, the 9th Prince was at a great disadvantage in the second round. My original plan was to work with the other princes to attack the princes occupying the altars and muddy the waters. While preserving our strength, we could continuously disrupt the situation and reduce the number of guests of the other princes. Only by doing so would we have a chance of surviving the second round. This plan is too risky. It is easy for the other princes to work together to suppress us. If we are not careful, we might fail. However, there is no need for that now. We will take the initiative and occupy the altars. Then we will wait for the other princes to attack. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, and a commander's tally wrapped in a viscous scarlet light appeared in his palm. He looked at the Heavenly Book scholar and said, it looks like you understand this commander's tally very well. The commander's tally of the dead that can summon 1 million Yin soldiers. Senior Feng was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected this rumored treasure to actually exist. Wang Yan sighed softly, I read about this ancestor in the royal court's secret records. His character was tyrannical and his means were cruel. He was a tyrant through and through. During his 100 years on the throne, he suffered the wrath of heaven. However, before he died, he killed 1 million imperial guards to accompany him in death. The Heavenly Book scholar said softly, there is no need to care about that for now. Every time this tyrant's tally is used, it can summon 100,000 Yin soldiers. It can be used at least 10 times, easily dealing with the ferocious beast waves. Given that, we only need to focus on protecting His Highness. After discussing for a while, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. Although it was somewhat radical, it was worth a try. 2 days later, the first round of the succession race officially ended. Whether they were willing or not, the princes and their guests who did not collect enough dragon essence were forcefully sent out. Bush, bush, bush. Several figures appeared out of nowhere in the palace's drill ground. Half of the princes were eliminated at the same time. The princes and guests showed different expressions. Some of the guests gained a lot and felt satisfied, showing joy on their faces. In the first place, these princes did not expect their princes to clear the first round. The harvest in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb was the key. The unlucky ones hung their heads dispirited, showing unhappy expressions. Clearly, they did not gain anything. There were also some princes who showed expressions of pity. They felt that if they had been slightly luckier, they would have definitely cleared the first round. He would definitely be able to get through the first round. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The various powerhouses in the treasure hall in the clouds discussed the many eliminated princes. Many of the princes that they thought would be eliminated stayed, much to their surprise. This is really surprising. The 9th prince's dragon essence actually ranks within the top 10. Previously, I could not tell that he had such potential. There is nothing much to say. Since he could force the 13th prince to leave helplessly, we can guess the result. As for the 4th prince, everyone mocked him for only hunting ferocious beasts and not seeking inheritances. To think that he managed to clear this round. There is also the 6th prince Wang Ming. His guests are very incredible as well. The 1st prince is indeed the strongest. No one can shake his position. The first round of the succession race was a test of the waters. The true strength of the princes would be revealed, and in the second round, it would be completely unleashed. With only 8 spots, the competition would be even more intense. In the Misty Rain Pavilion's group, Emochen, Su Yi, and Ao Jiao showed anxious and excited expressions. He passed the first round, but it is hard to say for the second round, Su Yi said somewhat worriedly. The 9th prince's accumulations were very weak. Originally, he did not have any intention of competing. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, the 9th prince came to his senses and decided to fight for the crown prince position. Now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests left. He did not have an advantage over the other princes. Mo Chen and Ao Jiao did not place much importance on the succession race. The two cared more about Xiao Chen's survival. It was fine as long as he was safe. Uncle Hao Kai, I'll leave it to you. Ao Jiao stared at the flickering light screen on the drill ground, not hiding her selfish motives. She recruited Hao Kai into the 9th prince's team for only one purpose, to have him protect Xiao Chen at the crucial moment. Ancient Yen Emperor Tomb, the 9th prince's group, which cultivated in Black Wind Ridge, and a demon blood vulture roaming in the air, prepared to depart. Wang Yan looked into the distance. That was the core region of the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb, which contained even greater danger. Of course, greater fortuitous encounters accompanied danger. Chapter 2303. Go! The 9th Prince Wang Yan left Black Wind Ridge with Xiao Chen and the many guests, heading for the core region of the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb. At the same time, all the princes were getting ready to leave, and they were making their final preparations. After slaughtering ferocious beasts for 30 days, the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared very excited. He actually managed to pass the first round. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests ranked below average among the many princes. On the surface, they were much weaker than the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Mr. Yuan, thank you very much, Wang Yun said as he looked at the hooded Yuan Zhen. You're welcome. A hoarse voice came from Yuan Zhen's mouth as he said calmly, this is very normal. As long as the other princes fight for the inheritance, they will definitely suffer losses. With great opportunities came great risks. We slaughtered the beasts from the very beginning. As long as he can persevere until the end, he will definitely pass the first round. Your Highness, you don't have to be too surprised. This guy, the 4th Prince's guests all felt that Yuan Zhen was overly calm. They were dissatisfied with the faint pride that came from Yuan Zhen's head as he spoke. However, Wang Yun did not care what these people thought. He asked, Mr. Yuan, are we still going to compete in the second round? I feel that our chances are not high. However, I am rather happy to be able to clear the first round. After we leave the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb, I will properly thank everyone. If Xiao Chen could survive the first round and leave the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb, he would definitely be conferred a higher noble title than the princes who left early. He had never dared to dream of such benefits in the past. Thank you, Prince. The guest cupped his fists and expressed his thanks. To be honest, although they didn't find any inheritance in the first round, they killed many beasts. All of them possessed dragon essence, and their entire bodies were treasures. After slaughtering for 30 days, the accumulated materials of these vicious beasts would also be a huge fortune. Furthermore, the rewards promised by the fourth prince made this trip worthwhile. Only Yuan Zhen smiled coldly and said, "Why not? In this round, our chances are limitless. If we had to be careful in the first round, then we would have to be careful. In that case, there was no need to worry about the second round. Just wait, it wouldn't take long. There will be other princes looking for His Highness to discuss the matter of cooperation." "Why?" Wang Yun asked doubtfully, a confused expression on his face. Yuan Zhen explained, "In the first round, many of the other princes' guests suffered losses. Some of the princes who were neither strong nor weak but were full of ambition would definitely pull other princes to help them. Promise them a bunch of benefits first, and then kick them away after the deed is done. Fourth prince, not a single one of your hanger-ons is missing. Furthermore, you are famous for being weak." Everyone felt that they could control him, not fearing that he would cause any trouble. "I don't believe that you're still not in high demand after all this." The moment Yuan Zhen said that, the fourth prince's expression turned slightly unsightly. He did not really believe Yuan Zhen's explanation. Suddenly, Wang Yun revealed a strange expression. He looked at Yuan Zhen in disbelief. "Earlier, the third prince, the 18th prince, and the 17th prince all sent me a voice projection. They asked me to join their teams and promised me some benefits. They were very sincere." "Ha!" Under the hood, Yuan Zhen guffawed a few times. Then he said after some thought, "Follow whoever promises you the most benefits. Such people are usually the most unreliable. Just agree to him for now. When he thinks that he has you under control, give him a fatal blow and kick him away. These people all think that you are a pushover. However, in reality, you are not weak at all. Killing ferocious beasts in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is actually the most stable way to raise your strength. Under such spatial pressure, the more you fight, the more you will adapt to the spatial pressure, and the stronger your combat prowess will be." The eyes of the fourth prince's other guests immediately lit up. They could not help viewing Yuan Zhen in a different light. Wang Yun appeared somewhat depressed, his expression changing unpredictably. After some thought, he said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Yuan. Since they all want to use me as a stepping stone, there is no need for me to be polite with them. I'll do it." Under the hood, Yuan Zhen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile that no one else could see. 8 mysterious altars guarded the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars were several hundred meters tall, looking like small hills. Ancient talisman scripts covered the altars. The Yan Emperor holy flame burned endlessly in the center of the altars, waiting for the chosen one to arrive. However, it would not be easy to charge up the altars. Colossal lava beasts guarded the altar's surroundings. To obtain the right to use the altars, one had to defeat the colossal lava beasts. The strongest person, the first prince, had arrived long ago and was currently fighting the colossal lava beasts. The flames on the altar burned fiercely, and from time to time, giant lava beasts would jump out of it. It looked like there was no end to them. The first prince stood at the back, showing a calm expression as he watched his guests block these colossal lava beasts with the strength of a sovereign emperor. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the first prince's guests were not using their full power. They only casually dealt with these colossal lava beasts, showing no intention of killing them. "Your Highness, that should be enough," Zui Yu, the Imperial Guard commander beside Wang Fei, said as he looked at the nearly 500 colossal lava beasts. In reality, as long as one did not kill the colossal lava beasts that jumped down from the altars, one could use them when one ascended the altars. These colossal lava beasts could help one guard the altars and block the ferocious beast waves. If one ascended the altars early, one would not be able to use many colossal lava beasts. Of course, only the princes with stronger accumulations could afford to use this move. The other princes would not dare to release so many colossal lava beasts. Wang Yan's expression did not change. He looked at the black-clad masked man not far away and asked softly, "Lord Shi, what do you think?" She smiled faintly and replied, I can add another 100. Any more and I will not be able to do it. Just at this moment, the 8th Prince Wang Feng led Dao Yan's group to the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng looked around and saw the first prince's group fighting the colossal lava beasts. First brother is really fast. Dao Yan withdrew his gaze, and a disdainful look flashed in his eyes. He said, Your Highness, this might be an opportunity. I see that there are only 2 guards by the first prince's side. The other guests are fighting the colossal lava beasts and will not be able to free themselves for a while. If you are determined to die, you can use this opportunity to kill the first prince with a lightning-quick strike, eliminating your greatest threat. It had to be said that this was a crazy plan. Once he succeeded, the first prince would be killed by him in the second round. This was indeed a great opportunity. But there were too many uncertainties and the risks were huge. Wang Feng's heart pounded heavily. After a long time, he finally suppressed this huge temptation. He said in a deep voice, There is no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe this round. There are still 7 altars left. Just pick one. When Dao Xian heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he did not say anything. I'm afraid it's time to stop. Your Highness, please ascend the altar now. She said softly with a slight frown. Confused, Wang Fei asked, Why? Zuiyu glanced at the 8th prince's group and said after some thought, Lord, she is worried that the 8th prince will charge over and surround the 3 of us. At that time, if the other guests are entangled, they might not be able to intervene. I can't guarantee Wang Fei's safety. She raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he looked at Zuiyu. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Fei pondered this for a while. That was indeed the case. The black-clad man and Zuiyu would definitely be able to protect themselves against an encirclement. However, it was hard to say for himself. Onto the altar. Wang Fei soared into the air and flew past the many colossal lava beasts, heading for the altar. Colossal lava beasts continuously leaped up to block him. The Black Lotus Holy Son, the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, and the other guests all blocked Wang Fei's path. Just as Wang Fei was about to ascend the altar, he drew his Yen Imperial Sword. A dazzling sword light appeared, looking resplendent and dazzling. The sacred flame burned relentlessly, releasing a heat wave that illuminated Wang Fei's entire face, making him look flushed and somewhat crazed. The Crown Prince position belongs to me. Wang Fei shouted ferociously and stabbed the Yen Imperial Sword into the fierce flames. A beam of holy light immediately burst out of the altar, piercing the clouds and the starry sky, forming a resplendent pillar of light. A dragon image soared into the sky in the pillar of light, roaring in all directions. The previously ferocious colossal lava beasts below the altar all lay down obediently after the dragon roared. She, Zuiyu, and the others stepped on the kneeling bodies of the colossal lava beasts and ascended the altar step by step. In the distance, the various princes' expressions changed slightly when they saw the pillar of light. Their footsteps quickened significantly. Chapter 2304. Boom! After the first prince activated an altar, another beam of radiant holy light shot out from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region. The radiant holy light on the altar was resplendent and dazzling, with dragon images circling it. No matter where one was in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they could see it clearly. The core region originally had 8 altars. Now, only 6 remained. The princes, who were still on their way, grew even more anxious. They had to increase their speed. 6 hours later, the 9th prince's group finally arrived in the core region. At this moment, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region was already extremely chaotic. 7 altars had already been activated. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. Some princes and their guests mixed in, attacking the princes who already occupied altars. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that aside from the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince's altars, the other princes also occupied altars. Aside from the other princes, all the other princes had altars. However, this was within expectations. After all, these 3 princes were the strongest. No one would try to deal with them when they had a choice. Ruler's Great Tao? When Xiaochen noticed the first Prince Wang Fei's Great Tao, he felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. The ruler's Tao was not a great Tao that ordinary people dared to cultivate. Without sufficient fate and luck, one could not carry the banner of the ruler's Tao. Instead, one would be burdened by it. However, once one reached great perfection, one could not underestimate it either. This person was indeed an ambitious person. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. Xiaochen ignored the first prince for now. Then he quickly swept his gaze across the other altars, entering deep thought. Are we going to attack the altars of the other princes, or are we going to fight for the final altar? Qin Zhuolin asked the ninth prince and the others after withdrawing his gaze. 7 princes gathered at the last unactivated altar. The competition there was intense. If one attacked the other activated altars, they would have to face pressure from the ferocious beasts. There were only 2 choices before them. There were both pros and cons. As for the final decision, they would have to listen to everyone's opinions. Wang Yan's gaze fell on the heavenly book scholar and Xiaochen, waiting for them to speak. Needless to say, Xiaochen's strength was enough to secure his position as a core guest of the ninth prince. The heavenly book scholar calculated the lives of the common people. He could read people's fates and accurately grasp the strength of the various princes' luck. Choosing the weak and avoiding the strong was what he was best at. A brilliant light bloomed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes as he erupted with an unfathomable aura. The remnant might of the heavenly Tao flowed out of his body, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from the second prince, the other princes who currently occupy the thrones are thriving and showing no signs of decline. However, the third prince, the fourth prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince have their eyes on the second prince's throne at the same time. If we attack it, we might face the combined attacks of the 5 princes. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, "Xiaochen, I lean towards snatching the remaining altar from the other princes. What do you think?" Xiaochen nodded. "I have no objections." After listening to the other guests' suggestions, Wang Yan already had an idea. He said calmly, "We'll do as Changji said." Bush, bush, bush. Just as everyone was about to take action, a group of people appeared from the side. It was the 7th Prince Wang Yun and his guests rushing over. The 7th Prince Wang Yun was one of the strongest princes. His accumulations were much stronger than the 9th Prince Wang Yan's. Every one of his guests was a great perfection sovereign emperor. "Ninth brother, you came at the right time. Are you interested in working with me to attack 6th elder brother's altar?" Wang Yun invited the 9th prince with a faint smile. In Wang Yun's opinion, the 9th prince Wang Yan did not possess the strength to become the crown prince. He would definitely be eliminated in this round. Wang Yun invited the 9th prince, giving him a chance to obtain this round's fortuitous encounter. There should be no reason for him to reject. "Sorry, 7th elder brother. I have no intention of working with anyone for now." Wang Yan rejected decisively. Without saying anything more, he led the group to charge towards the 2 altars that had not been occupied yet. The group left in a hurry, leaving behind a stunned Wang Yun. After a while, Wang Yun startled awake. "Damn it! This 9th brother is really not giving me any face. This is going to be problematic." Wang Yun's eyes wandered about as he muttered to himself, "6th elder brother is deeply hidden. Without anyone working together, it will be hard to take down his altar. The other altars that are occupied are not easy to deal with either." A skinny old man beside Wang Yun smiled faintly and said, "7th prince, since that is the case, let's not forcefully touch the princes that have already occupied their altars. We will rest here and wait for the 9th prince to fight the other princes before we reap the benefits." Wang Yun said softly, "Humph. That's fine. If you want to put on a brave front, I want to see how strong you are. Let's go. Don't follow them first. Let's deliberately divert them." At the last altar that no one had activated, hundreds of colossal lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Hundreds of giant lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Their bodies formed by lava were like mountains, emitting steaming hot flames. The 7 monarchs split into 2 groups, currently fighting a chaotic battle. No one wanted to give up on this last altar. However, it was hard to determine a victor immediately. There were simply too many princes gathered here. This deterred the latecomers from choosing this altar. This was because occupying this altar would definitely result in the combined counterattack of the 7 princes. At that time, just thinking about it would be a headache. The leaders of the 2 groups were the 2nd prince and the 15th prince. With the help of the other princes, victory was hard to determine. Furthermore, with the presence of the colossal lava beasts, the situation became even more chaotic. Just as the 2 sides fought, a scarlet war banner descended from the sky. Boom! The scarlet blood royal might that erupted from the war banner swept out in all directions, forcibly separating the princes and guests fighting each other. Xianxia slowly descended. Holding the scarlet blood war banner, he looked coldly at the surroundings. Ninth brother? Ninth brother. The 2nd prince and the 15th prince, who were the leaders, were slightly stunned. Clearly, they had not expected the low-profile Wang Yan to act so strangely. Instead of working with the other princes to occupy the altars that were already activated, he wanted to challenge them. However, the situation did not allow them to overthink. Xianxia used the Scarlet Blood War banner to forcibly separate the princes. A golden crow image formed by the solar true flame descended from the sky and charged over. Boom! The golden crow image immediately scattered the many colossal lava beasts surrounding the altar, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Wang Yan quickly followed, using this opening to soar into the air and fly to the altar. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Immediately, several of the guests of the 7 princes burst out with startling murderous intent as they charged at Wang Yan. They wanted to stop him from ascending the altar. Senior Feng, it's up to you. Hao Kai smiled faintly as he spoke to Senior Feng beside him. Got it. Senior Feng showed a grave expression as he quickly formed hand seals, sending a killing move into the 9th prince's body in advance. The killing move activated from afar. In that instant, a strong wind burst out of the 9th prince's body. This wind blocked the guests who wanted to charge at him. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Wu Meng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar made their moves at the same time, landing behind Wang Yan. Hao Kai and Senior Feng moved to Wang Yan's sides, helping him block the others. Xianxia, who was on the ground, used the Scarlet Blood War banner to delay the remaining guests. For a moment, Wang Yan walked unimpeded toward the blazing altar step by step. You want to ascend the altar? It is not that easy. The 2nd prince felt enraged. He wanted to draw his Yen imperial sword. However, the instant the 2nd prince grasped his sword, a bone-chilling killing intent assaulted him, forcing him to look away from Wang Yan. At some point in time, a long-haired cultivator wearing silver battle armor decorated with dragon motifs and carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of the 2nd prince. 2 ice-cold corpses lay at the 2nd prince's feet. When the corpses were alive, they clearly wanted to stop the 2nd prince. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing their lives. The 2nd prince felt a chill run down his back. He did not even know how these 2 people died. He had not noticed them at all. The 2nd prince's hand, which grasped his sword, trembled slightly. The person responsible for his safety was about to make a move. Stop! The 2nd prince shouted. He felt that even if these 2 people made a move, they would not be able to stop this dragon-armored bladesman. Xiaochen reached out and grasped the handle of the tyrant's saber on his back. Then, he formed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal with his left hand, expanding his killing intent by 7 times. What was even more terrifying was that this explosive killing intent spread out in all directions like flowing water. However, none of it landed on the 2nd prince's body. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was real and illusory, putting immense pressure on one's heart. In the 2nd prince's eyes, this dragon-armored bladesman's surroundings were like a boundless hell, pitch black and horrifying. However, the 2nd prince himself was like a lotus flower in clear water, clean and untainted by dust. Strange, too strange. As Xiaochen walked over, step by step, the 2nd prince felt a mountain-like pressure. Sweat continuously dripped off his forehead. The second prince could not draw his Yen imperial sword. Give up or die. The dragon-armored bladesman stopped and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. Clang. A dazzling saber light appeared like the blazing sun, so bright that the second prince did not dare to open his eyes. Chapter 2305. Forfeit or die. Xianxia's words were filled with murderous intent. When he drew the tyrant saber by 1 centimeter, the second prince's mental defenses crumbled. Bang! 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 The second prince's eyes burned with pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took a few steps back. The second prince stumbled and nearly fell. The other princes endured the immense pressure and stepped forward to support him. Second brother. How is it? The second prince covered his eyes and said sullenly, Go. Don't bother about me. Let's go together. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance? A sour feeling welled up in the second prince's heart. He let the other princes go but not him. It was not that he could not. He did not dare to. This was because Xianxia did not allow the second prince to leave. He only gave the second prince 2 choices, either die or forfeit. If the second prince did not want to die, he could only forfeit. The second prince had no other choice. The second prince pushed the other princes aside and shouted, I told you to go, so go. Don't bother about me. I forfeit. After the second prince's voice rang out, his figure slowly turned indistinct. Then he vanished, forcefully sent out by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. His 10 guests left with the second prince. Immediately, the pressure on Wu Meng and the others, who were protecting Wang Yan in the air, decreased. Clang. Xianxia sheathed his saber and looked around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the other 2 princes with the first prince. Go, go, go. The 2 princes' hearts pounded wildly. A chill invaded their limbs and bones, feeling horrified. They quickly called out to their guests and quickly left this place. Ignoring the princes who left, Xianxia turned around and looked in another direction. The demon blood vulture was suppressing the 4 princes, led by the 15th prince, by itself. Most of the prince's guests had already gone to attack Wang Yan, who was in the air. Not many remained on the ground. The demon blood vulture was like a blazing scarlet phoenix, dyeing the sky scarlet. Occasionally, it flapped its wings, kicking up a bloody rain and wind. The bloody rain was poisonous and corrosive, and the wind contained Yin-attributed flames. If one was not careful, one would be covered in wounds. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture opened its mouth, and a horrifying suction force burst out. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and a boundless suction pulled these people towards the demon blood vulture's mouth. The 4 princes drew their Yen imperial swords with unsightly expressions, doing their best to resist. However, Xianxia still could not avoid the demon blood vulture's suction. The Yen imperial sword in the prince's hand could provide him with boundless combat prowess in the Yenwu dynasty's territory. In the ancient Yen emperor tomb, this kind of support could be multiplied. However, after these princes drew their Yen imperial swords, their situation did not improve. This showed how horrifying the strength of the demon blood vulture was after breaking out of its cocoon. When the demon blood vulture saw that it could not devour these things, it became somewhat frustrated. The scarlet flame on its body flared up. His body grew rapidly, and as he spread his wings, everything within 5,000 kilometers was plunged into darkness. Phoenix fire ablaze. Then, it suddenly turned into a raging flame and swooped down. The raging flames instantly covered the ground, burning fiercely. The flames were so large that they were like a vast ocean, the waves roaring angrily. The 4 princes, without exception, fell into the sea of fire at the same time, screaming miserably. Your Highness! When the guests surrounding Wang Yan saw the situation, they were startled. They had no choice but to give up on stopping Wang Yan from ascending the altar. Then, they turned around and landed to save their princes. Wang Yan, who had been approaching the altar step by step, no longer faced any obstruction. He leaped into the air and landed on the altar. Wu Meng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, revealing joy on their faces. Earlier, they had blocked 40-odd sovereign emperors, putting them in a perilous situation. Fortunately, they managed to pull through. On a slope far away from the altar, the seventh prince and his group were observing everything that was happening in this place with great interest. When Wang Yun saw Xiaochen scare off the other princes by himself, he frowned slightly. This Xiaochen is somewhat scary. No wonder he could ruin first brother's wedding. He cannot be underestimated. The skinny old man at the side smiled coldly and said, no matter how difficult he is to deal with, he is just a three-vein sovereign emperor in the end. There is no need for your highness to worry. Wang Yun nodded. After some thought, he said, right, I naturally know that. How can this prince be trash like second brother, forced to give up without even drawing his sword? Seventh prince, look over there. Wang Yun looked around, and shock immediately appeared on his face. He was completely stunned by the demon blood vulture's strength. What demonic pet is this? The skinny old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, demon blood vulture. It should be a demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it is a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline, continuously reverting to its ancestral state. Interesting. Greed flashed in Wang Yun's eyes as he said, demon blood vultures are rare in the first place. One with a mutated bloodline is even rarer. If it were in my hands, it would be incredible. Come, charge with me. Ninth brother is about to reach the altar. It looked like Wang Yan was about to reach the altar. Wang Yun, who had been waiting impatiently, laughed maniacally and immediately prepared to charge over. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others had just finished a huge battle and had not rested yet to take advantage. Wind. However, just as the group leaped off the mound and was about to take action, a strong wind carrying a boundless saber aura surged over. The wind swept up sand and sand, causing the group's clothes to flutter. They could not keep their eyes open. What's going on? Wang Yun squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a blurry figure slowly walking out from the sandstorm. That figure slowly became clearer in the sandstorm. That figure wore familiar silver battle armor with dragon motifs swimming around it. His facial features were delicate and distinct, and a sharp light radiated from his face. With just one look, Wang Yun felt a solid tyrannical aura surging over. If this was not Xiaochen, who else could it be? How arrogant! Someone among the seventh prince's guests shouted and used his emperor's might to push back the sandstorm. Xiaochen, who was wearing the alloy dragon armor, showed a faint smile on his face, not minding it. He allowed the strong wind to blow on his body. As his long hair fluttered, he exuded an air of calmness and calmness. Wang Yun's expression turned sullen as he said coldly, Xiaochen, do you think that I am trash like second brother? Do you think that I will give up in fear before you even make one move? Xiaochen replied softly, naturally not. The reason why the second prince could be frightened by me was because none of his followers were by his side. The seventh prince's guests are around, so he is naturally confident. The moment Xiaochen said that, Wang Yun felt an irrepressible rage in his heart. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Xiaochen meant. Xiaochen was saying that Wang Yun was trash like the second prince, just that he had more guests by his side. The skinny old man smiled faintly and patted the seventh prince's shoulder. Seventh prince, there is no need to get angry. Leave this brat to me. You all quickly go and occupy the altar. He is buying time so that the ninth prince's guests can recover some strength. He, trying to play tricks before me? Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Wang Yun was startled upon hearing that. This brat nearly angered him into losing his mind. Now was the best time to occupy the ninth prince's altar. Wang Yun did not have time to waste with this Xiaochen. Let's go. There is no need to care about him. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of people soared into the air, wanting to bypass Xiaochen and charge towards the ninth prince's altar. Xiaochen closed his eyes, showing a calm expression. Sixth layer Thunder Dao Domain. Fourth layer Ice Dao Domain. Second layer Saber Dao Domain. 3 Dao domains layered over Xiaochen's body. The pure Dao might in his body even surpassed that of a small world formed by a 10th layer Dao domain. Xiaochen opened his eyes, drew his saber, and drew it. Xiaochen carried the Dao might that surpassed a 10th layer Dao domain. The tyrant saber in his hand erupted with a boundless saber aura. The saber aura soared into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the ground. As Xianxia's saber descended, it seemed like it was one with heaven. The guests that looked like they were about to fly over Xianxia's head all grunted as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The boundless saber aura that descended from the sky severely injured them. Then they fell like meteors at lightning speed. Bang! 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 This saber strike forced back the 9 great perfection sovereign emperors, as well as the 7th prince. The Dao might that surpassed the 10th layer Dao domain made Xiaoqin, who wore the alloy dragon armor, look like a dragon god descending from the heavens. As Xiaoqin held his saber horizontally, he looked straight at the skinny old man. Then, he said indifferently, "I did not agree to let them pass. Your words do not count, mine does." Chapter 2306. Since arriving in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiaoqin rarely drew his saber. He mostly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to fight. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that the tyrant saber on Xiaoqin's back was just for show. After his conversation with Chu Chaoyin, Xiaoqin felt an irreversible rage and helplessness at the cycle of epics. This allowed his saber Dao domain to break through to the 3rd layer, improving his saber Dao further. Once Xiaoqin drew his saber, he could bring out a saber move that surpassed the 10th layer Dao might. When Xiaoqin swung his saber, he stunned the 7th prince and the guests that were forced back by the momentum. Dao Yen grasped a 10th layer ice Dao domain and condensed it in an ice small world. His strength could be considered unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When Xiaoqin layered his 3 Dao domains into saber moves, he was no weaker than the other parties. If one treated Xiaoqin as a mere 3-vein sovereign emperor, that would be a joke. With one saber, Xiaoqin forced the 7th prince's group to a standstill amid the vast sandstorm. Xiaoqin had never thought of killing all these great perfection sovereign emperors alone. That would be too exaggerated. All Xiaoqin needed to do was block these people and give Wu Meng and the others time to recover their divine energy and soul energy. Actually, many people felt that this goal was unrealistic. However, the truth was that the might of Xiaoqin's saber forced all these guests back. Xiaoqin looked around and fixed his gaze on the 7th prince Wang Yun, who was currently wiping blood from a corner of his lips. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiaoqin raised the tyrant saber in his hand and charged over. Whoosh! Leaving behind a purple electric mark, Xiaoqin's figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the 7th prince. Protect the 7th prince. The expressions of the other guests changed slightly as they quickly stood up to block Xiaoqin. In the end, there was only one person. Xiaoqin could not bring out a might surpassing the 10th layer Dao might with every saber strike. There was only one way to stop the other party from advancing. After killing the 7th prince, Xiaoqin continuously attacked, forcing the other guests to stay and protect him. This was an overt plot. Even if they saw through it, they could not do anything about it. As the weapons clashed, Wang Yun paled at the sight of Xiaoqin charging over. While the other guests were obstructing Xiaoqin, he hurriedly retreated. The many sovereign emperors tried to detain Xiaoqin several times. However, Xiaoqin did not linger in a battle. He retreated upon contact with his saber moves and killing qi. From the start to the end, it had enveloped Wang Yun, causing him to flee in all directions in a panic. Xiaoqin's 6th layer Thunder Dao domain allowed him to bring out the limits of the Divine Movement 9 variations. If he was determined to leave, few could keep up with his pace. Stay here. Boom. Suddenly, Xiaoqin sensed a dangerous aura and saw 4 tree trunks growing out of the ground. Ka. The tree trunks were stacked together, forming a wooden cage. Ka. When the tyrant saber struck the surface, it produced a metallic clang. Despite the might of the tyrant saber, each saber strike only left a shallow mark. Humph! Now that you have entered my heavenly wood cage, you can forget about leaving. The skinny old man, who had been enduring without making a move, hovered in the air. He showed a cold smile as he looked at Xiaoqin in disdain. No matter what, you are just a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Kill him. The other great perfection sovereign emperors had already had enough of Xiaoqin. When they saw this opportunity, they did not hesitate to execute all sorts of killing moves. In that instant, boundless emperors might shook the sky. All sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. A horrifying killing chi spread out, creating a startling lineup. Even the princes on the altars could not help looking over, wanting to see what was happening. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, in the mortal realm. Xiaoqin did not panic at all. He showed no fear in the face of danger as he executed in the mortal realm. Bang! The supreme killing Buddha that descended instantly burst the heavenly wood cage. That killing Buddha figure bloomed with the Buddhist mark on Xiaoqin's forehead and expanded continuously. Then, it pushed with both hands and blocked the killing moves from all directions. Rumble! Amid loud sounds, the sky shook and the ground shook. When the many great perfection sovereign emperors worked together to bombard this ancient land that had existed since the ancient immemorial era, a huge, boundless pit appeared. A purple light flashed, and Xiaoqin leaped out of the huge pit. The shocked guests once again fixed their gazes on the seventh prince, Wang Yun. When Wang Su met Xiaoqin's gaze, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He simply did not want to run anymore. Xiaoqin chased him like a dog. However, his subordinates could not catch him. Wang Su had had enough. "I'll spare your life. I'll take it later." However, Xiaoqin did not charge over as he expected. After saying that indifferently, he turned around and left. "Detain him!" the skinny old man shouted. Xiaoqin could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such logic? "Can you detain him?" Xiaoqin turned around and swung his saber, executing the Mahama abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane, sending out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Boom! When the saber light swept out, the guests who were chasing Xiaoqin had no choice but to stop and block this move. When the shock waves scattered, the Buddhist might vanished. When everyone looked around, Xiaoqin's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already turned into a flash of purple light, firmly drifting towards Wang Yan's altar. He came like flowing water and left like the wind. Whoosh! Xiaoqin's figure moved like the wind as he landed firmly like a falling leaf. The others on the altar had already recovered and were waiting for Xiaoqin to return. Seeing Wang Yan look over, Xiaoqin nodded. Everything went without saying. A sacred flame burned fiercely on the altar. The fiery light shone on the faces of Xiaoqin, Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others. All of them looked incredibly resolute and determined. These people shared the same thought. They had killed their way here, waiting for this moment. Wang Yan stepped forward and drew his Yen imperial sword. The Dao might of his massacre Dao domain spread into the surroundings. The thick killing intent made the hearts of the people present tremble slightly. Just as Wang Yan was about to stab the Yen imperial sword into the altar, Xiaoqin suddenly asked, "Ninth Prince, do you know what the origin of the massacre Dao is?" "I have never thought about this question. I would find it difficult to cultivate the massacre Dao to the 10th layer within a few hundred years," Wang Yan answered, feeling slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiaoqin and answered, "The end of the massacre Dao is the demon. Without a heart to pursue the demon, one will never be able to touch the origin of the massacre Dao. This demon is not what you understand it to be. Just make your move. Don't bother with my words." Xiaoqin still wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Wang Yan frowned slightly. He often guarded the borders, fighting with demonic Dao cultivators. Even if there were not 10,000 demonic Dao cultivators who died at his hands, there were at least several thousand. However, Wang Yan found Xiaoqin's words somewhat incomprehensible. "I will remember what you said." However, Wang Yan was still willing to believe in Xiaoqin. This trust stemmed from the fact that they had gone through life and death together. Furthermore, there was Xiaoqin's unique air and the things that happened to him that inspired respect. "Thank you." Xiaoqin's thoughts wandered, and his memories unfurled like a painting. The Wang Yan before him reminded him of someone. An old friend of the Kunlun realm, an old friend that Xiaoqin could never forget. Yan Shisan of the Massacre Sword Dao. During the final battle of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, he became a demon with one sword strike, killing to seek benevolence. At that moment, Xiaochen understood that the origin of the Massacre Dao was the demon. If Xiaochen could defeat the Massacre Dao, he would be able to grasp the Massacre Dao's origin. However, back then, Yan Shisan felt that he could not grasp the origin of the Massacre Dao. He chose to commit suicide, leaving behind a tragic legend in the Kunlun realm. Boom! The Yen Imperial sword surrounded by the aura of massacre stabbed into the fierce flames. A holy light soared into the clouds, and dragon roars rang out. Xiaochen finally occupied all 8 altars. The second round of the succession race reached its most intense moment at this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng looked over from the altar occupied by the 11th prince in the distance. When he saw the scene, he revealed a faint smile. Lin Feng had no choice but to become the 11th prince's guest. However, he had never stopped paying attention to Xiaochen. Seeing that the 9th prince occupied an altar as well, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The universe origin sects Chu Feng, who was beside Lin Feng, showed a different expression. He had a grudge with Xiaochen in the faux god world. They could be considered mortal enemies. This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable. The 11th prince said, "Focus. The second wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive." Lin Feng and Chu Feng withdrew their gazes and looked at the boundless ferocious beasts in front again. At this moment, ferocious beasts occupied the entire core region of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The ferocious beasts densely packed the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The princes who did not occupy altars mixed in with the ferocious beasts, attacking the princes refining their Yen imperial swords. Wang Yan, who occupied the last altar, could not avoid being targeted by the other princes. Chapter 2307. There were 8 altars in the core region. Each altar was built on the Yenwu dynasty's ancient dragon vein. The dynasty's dragon vein had been passed down for a long time, looking vast and heavy. What the princes needed to do was firmly embed their great Dao mark in the dragon vein. The Yen imperial swords in their hands would eventually become unique, becoming a true holy sword of the dynasty. "I'm going in. I'll leave the ferocious beast wave to everyone." Wang Yan turned his head to look at the group as he looked at the Yen imperial sword in the fierce holy flame. Before Xiaochen and the others, Wang Yan leaped up and entered the holy flame to sit down cross-legged. The refinement officially started. Only the princes knew how dangerous it was. No one knew whether they could succeed or not. However, if they could not block the ferocious beast wave, they definitely would not succeed. Whoosh! As Wang Yan leaped into the holy flame to refine the Yen imperial sword, the altar under his feet slowly trembled. Auspicious signs drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. When the auspicious signs landed on the group, they turned into a warm current that nourished their bodies, making them feel comfortable. Xiaochen carefully sensed the auspicious signs that came from the dynasty's dragon vein descending. He felt his divine energy changing slightly. To think that there is such a benefit. If I receive enough auspicious signs, I can completely stabilize my newly advanced 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Surprise flashed on Xiaochen's face as he felt some joy in his heart. Everyone knew that after breaking through a bottleneck, one needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. It was not advisable to raise it blindly. Right now, the auspicious signs that descended nourished the physical body and condensed divine energy had outstanding effects. They could help Xiaochen during this period. Rumble! As the group marveled, the ground shook. A black mass of figures appeared in the distance. Countless ferocious beasts surged over like the tide. After some thought, Qin Zhuolin said, "I understand. These ferocious beasts are here for the auspicious signs. As the princes deepen their refinement, the auspicious signs will grow stronger. At that time, the ferocious beasts that are attracted will also grow stronger." The ferocious might of the ferocious beasts put immense pressure on the group from afar. The towering altar swayed under the pressure of the ferocious aura. The ferocious beasts seemed to be charging over ferociously. The heavenly book scholar looked around with a grave expression. He said softly, "Brother Qin, you are skilled in the dragon-seeking art. You can connect to the luck of the mountains and rivers. How about you command the lava beasts under the altar? Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. No problem. I happen to have the same intention. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, the two of you are 6 vain sovereign emperors. Can you protect the prince and prevent other guests from sneaking up on him? If something happens to His Highness, we'll all be finished. Naturally, Elder Feng and Hao Kai were duty-bound to agree without hesitation. Brother Xiao Sua, you have the Scarlet Blood War banner. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Brother Wu Meng to lead the charge. No problem. Xiao Sua laughed heroically and soared into the sky with Wu Meng. Then, they leaped off the altar and charged at the many ferocious beasts. The Heavenly Book Scholar's arrangements were logical and clear. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiaoqin. He asked somewhat uncertainly, Xiaoqin, can I use the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally? The Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally was a supreme treasure. It could hold 1 million soldiers, a great killing tool. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to give it up. If Xiaoqin was unwilling, or just as the Heavenly Book Scholar was thinking about how to persuade Xiaoqin directly handed the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally to him. What do I need to do? Xiaoqin asked directly, feeling that the Heavenly Book Scholar had a pretty good grasp of the big picture. This gave him more confidence in the Heavenly Book Scholar. On the other hand, the Heavenly Book Scholar was stunned for a while before receiving the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. He smiled and said, Many thanks for your trust. Xiaoqin, you are the strongest among us. I hope that you can patrol the surroundings and wait for an opportunity to kill the Beast Kings and force back the other princes. That's what I was thinking. Xiaoqin gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a flash of purple light. When he landed, the demon blood vulture happened to catch him. Now, only Hao Kai, Senior Feng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar remained on the altar. Brother Qin, these magma beasts contain a vast amount of dragon essence. If you can strengthen them with the dynasty's luck, you will be able to summon them. If you can use the dynasty's luck to support them, these colossal lava beasts can grow stronger. The Heavenly Book Scholar said to Qin Zhuolin as he tightly grasped the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. Is that so? Let me try. Qin Zhuolin casually pointed and said softly, drawing earth as dragon. Boom. A mass of dragon aura burst out from the ground where the 200 magma beasts were standing. With the support of this dragon aura, the dragon aura was extremely powerful. With the support of this dragon chi, the colossal lava beasts' bodies continuously gave off crunching sounds. Their colossal bodies shrank at a visible pace. After a while, the colossal lava beasts shrank by half. His body had shrunk by half, but his aura had doubled, shocking everyone. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, It is really effective. The Heavenly Book Scholar did not show any surprise. He looked to the front and said, They are coming. At the very front, Xiao Sua and Wu Meng watched the ferocious beasts approach. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts that rivaled 1 vain sovereign emperors surged over. Even the sky darkened before these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Their attributes were also different. Some were covered in blazing flames. Some had snow-white fur, looking cold and sinister. Some hid in the ground and squirmed slowly. The ferocious beasts were sovereign emperors. However, they were ferocious beasts after all. A human cultivator could easily kill a ferocious beast of the same strength as a sovereign emperor. In terms of intelligence, martial techniques, experience, schemes, and understanding of the Great Tao, ferocious beasts were far inferior to humans. However, when the number of ferocious beasts reached a certain level, such shortcomings could be made up for. Rise. Scarlet Blood Battle Hunger. Xiao Sua roared and ferociously waved the scarlet banner in his hand. The blood-like flag fluttered in the wind like ripples in the waves. As the banner fluttered, the entire sky turned into a surging sea of blood. Wu Meng, who was at the side, felt startled. The battle hunger contained in this Scarlet Blood War banner was somewhat horrifying. No wonder the Heavenly Book Scholar dared to let Xiao Sua take the lead. With Xiao Sua here to restrain the ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts that could charge over would be reduced by half. Xiao Suo grasped the war banner tightly with both hands, and a towering scarlet figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a war banner as well. Boom! The scarlet blood war banner ferociously swung at the surging ferocious beast tide. Waves of blood surged in the strong wind. The ferocious beasts at the very front were immediately knocked into the air. Several of them crashed into each other and shattered, filling the air with blood. The startling strike of the scarlet blood war banner immediately disrupted the ferocious beast tide surging with killing chi. At least dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly crushed. The most important thing was that this group of ferocious beasts lost their insufferably arrogant auras. Xiao Suo and Wu Meng exchanged glances. Then, killing chi erupted from their bodies amid maniacal laughter as they charged over. Xiao Chen, who was circling in the air, looked around the ferocious beast tide before withdrawing his gaze. There were no beast kings in this first wave of ferocious beasts. They were just ordinary ferocious beasts. Given Xiao Suo and Wu Meng's strength, even if they got trapped, they would not get trapped. They could easily break free at any time. Rumble! The two blocked several hundred ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts continued charging towards the altar like the tide. However, the ferocious beasts had lost their formation and momentum. They looked like a group of scattered soldiers. It's my turn. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Boom! The colossal lava beasts that had shrunk to a size below the altar suddenly stood up. In that instant, these colossal lava beasts erupted with startling auras. Roar! These colossal lava beasts roared endlessly. The flames on their bodies burst forth with resplendent light, burning the sky. Countless flaming rocks rained down like meteors. Under Qin Zhuolin's command, this group of evolved colossal lava beasts charged forward, charging at the ferocious beasts that wanted to destroy the altar. A sacred flame burned endlessly on the tall altar as Wang Yan sat in it. A black aura of massacre shrouded Wang Yan's body, and his expression flickered. It would not be easy to imprint the mark of massacre into the dynasty's dragon vein. Hao Kai and Senior Feng stood to the left and right, cautiously watching the other directions. There were also blood-colored flames circling the altar in the sky. The surroundings of the altar were impenetrable, not even a single drop of water leaking in. This made the princes gathered in secret curse. They could not find any openings in this formation. Chapter 2308. Damn it! The ninth prince's guests advance and retreat in an orderly manner. They switch between offense and defense seamlessly, unable to see any openings at all. The 15th prince's group, which the demon blood vulture chased away earlier, gathered together. As they watched the heavenly book scholar and the others deal with the ferocious beast wave from afar, they frowned heavily and showed sullen expressions. Originally, the second prince and the 15th prince had gathered a group of helpers to fight for this altar. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince Wang Yan led a group of people to snatch it away. On one side, the second prince and Xiao Chen forced them to give up. On the other side, the demon blood vulture put them in a sorry state and forced them to retreat. The 15th prince Wang Qi was rather strong. Furthermore, he had the support of the 3 princes. Originally, his momentum had been high. However, after the demon blood vulture's killing moves and regrouping, the number of guests decreased by half. Originally, the 15th prince planned to charge over when the ferocious beast wave arrived while the 9th prince's guests were flustered. Unexpectedly, under the heavenly book scholar's command, Xiao Chen's group of 7 did not show any openings. The first wave of ferocious beasts did not even get within 50 kilometers of the altar before it was wiped out. 15th elder brother, how about we give up? Xiao Chen's demonic pet is too strong. It cannot deal with the demon blood vulture. We have no chance of victory at all, a prince in the crowd said with lingering fear. The demon blood vulture already had a shadow in his heart. The 15th prince showed an uncertain expression. The 15th prince's expression flickered. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. None of the many guests here dared to step forward to fight the demon blood vulture. I promise anyone who can delay that demon blood vulture an inferior grade soul tool, a rank 9 heavenly pill of their choice, and 250 tons of origin liquid. Wang Qi gritted his teeth and promised to give away all the resources he could offer. However, when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. They all modestly avoided his gaze. This angered Wang Qi into cursing, "Bunch of trash." Actually, these words were somewhat unjust. The guests under him were rather strong. The problem was that these guests did not listen to him. They only used him to obtain fortuitous encounters. There was no loyalty to speak of, but it was not a problem to protect your life. After all, if the prince left, the guest would have to leave as well. But if you want them to risk their lives, then you're thinking too much. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had clearly mutated. It now had divine might, which meant that it was infinitely close to the great desolate Ian's blood phoenix. In the face of such a magical beast, the slightest bit of carelessness could cost their lives. Who would be so foolish as to stand out? No matter how big the world was, it was not as important as one's own life. Furthermore, these experts were divine Vane realm sovereign emperors. No matter where he went, he would be the overlord of a region, enjoying the courtesy of everyone. He did not show much respect to the princes. Thus, no matter how angry the 15th prince was, it was useless. He, 15th brother. Why are you so angry? Everyone here is a sovereign emperor outstanding talent, much stronger than you and me. If they're trash, then what are we? So. A discordant voice came from afar. When that voice rang out, a group of people appeared before the 15th prince. Rage flashed on the 15th prince's face. When he saw the leader of the group, he demanded, "7th brother, are you here to teach me a lesson?" This person was the 7th prince, Wang Su. Xianxia toyed with him until he was in a sorry state. Naturally, he could not swallow this frustration. After Wang Su reorganized himself, he immediately charged over. "Greetings, 7th prince." The many guests around the 15th prince did not show much change in expression when they heard Wang Su. However, they more or less acknowledged him in their hearts, so they greeted him. After Wang Su responded politely, he looked at Wang Qi and said, "15th brother, you no longer have the ability to pose a threat to 9th brother. No matter what, you have to admit this." Wang Qi's eyes sank slightly, and his lips curled up in mockery. He mocked, "So what if I am? Could it be that you have the strength to pose a threat to him? I saw that you were helpless when that Xianxia chased you earlier." These words sounded somewhat provocative, but Wang Su did not get angry. He said indifferently, "Indeed, I do not have much of a chance of victory. However, if you are willing to help me, 9th brother will definitely lose this round. As for the demon blood vulture that you are worried about, my guests can deal with it. As for the remaining Xianxia, I have already thought of a countermeasure." "Are you serious?" Wang Qi asked in disbelief as he looked at Wang Su with a contemplative expression. "Do you still have a choice? You can either choose to follow me now or go around asking for favors and wait for the second round to be eliminated. If I can clear the third round, you will definitely receive many benefits. The ancient Yen Emperor tree will appear in the third round. There is no need for me to tell you what kind of fortuitous encounter there is, right?" Wang Yun chuckled. He had a confident look on his face, not worried that the other party would reject him. "15th brother, just agree. 7th brother is stronger than us. If you do not agree, we will follow 7th brother ourselves. In any case, it is the same as everyone else." When the princes who followed the 15th prince heard Wang Su's words, they all felt tempted. Wang Qi's expression changed. After some thought, he said, "As long as you can deal with that demon blood vulture, there is no harm in me taking a gamble with you." Wang Su turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man among his guests. "Mr. Liu, I will leave the matter of the demon blood vulture to you." That middle-aged man wore strange clothes and gave off a faint demonic might. He was actually a demonic Dao sovereign emperor. Mr. Liu nodded with an indifferent expression. The demon blood vulture was born in the ash-gray sea. Although it is incredibly strong, it is not without weakness. I have a way to deal with it. However, I am not a match for that Xianxia, so I can only rely on Senior Ma. The skinny old man chuckled and said, "Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot do anything to me." The difference in cultivation is not that easy to deal with. I just need to change my mind and delay him until you chase the 9th prince out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. But we will make our move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. Sure. After making up their minds, this group of people started to make preparations in secret. Including the 7th prince Wang Su, there was a total of 5 princes. With so many princes gathered, the powerhouses of the feudal lords outside the palace's drill ground felt nervous for the 9th prince Wang Yan. The princes occupying altars only suffered attacks from 3 5th princes at most. However, a total of 5 princes targeted the 9th prince. This 9th prince is really worrisome. Indeed. In the first round, the 13th prince targeted him, nearly wiping him out. In this round, 5 princes targeted him at the same time. It will be difficult. With 5 princes gathered, there are more than 40 sovereign emperor outstanding talents under them. The crucial thing is that this group of people is still very cautious. Based on their stance, they will only make their move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. The powerhouses of feudal lords and noble clan heads paying close attention to the 8 altars started to worry about the 9th prince. At the same time, the chaotic battles in the core region slowly reached their peak. Naturally, the first prince Wang Fei had the smoothest refinement. He had many subordinates, all of them geniuses and experts. Be it the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son, or that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, they could all be considered super experts. There was also the even more horrifying Shi, who hid in the dark and did not make a move. The most convenient thing was that no other prince dared to target the first prince. This allowed Wang Fei to focus on refining the Yen Imperial Sword, unable to worry about anything else. However, the first prince chose the ruler Dao, the ruler Great Dao. Even without any interference, completing the refinement would not be easy. However, once the first prince succeeded, his strength would soar. Up until now, nearly everyone thought highly of the first prince. No matter who the other princes were, they were all slightly inferior. Aside from these princes, some of them could not be underestimated either. For example, the 8th prince Wang Feng. When Dao Yan brought out his ice small world and sealed thousands of sovereign emperor ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand, everyone felt shocked. This level of strength could be said to be invincible. In the entire ancient Yen emperor tomb, aside from the 8th prince, no one else had brought out a 10th layer Dao domain. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Holy Land's 3 experts, the Holy Sun Wenrenyu, Mu Yunju and Guyuhan, also showed the strength of super experts. The 3 waves of ferocious beasts easily destroyed the ferocious beasts 50,000 kilometers away from the altar. The 13th prince's altar showed another mysterious phenomenon. The royal teacher Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King spread out their great desolate Aeon divine might at the same time, forcing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble, not daring to approach. This method of winning without a fight was breathtaking. The other noteworthy ones were the 11th prince and the 6th prince Wang Ming. Each of them had an expert skilled in the Death Dao domain. They used the mysteries of death to revive the dead sovereign emperor ferocious beasts as corpses. They easily dealt with the endless ferocious beast waves, not flustered at all. The first prince, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, the 11th prince, and the 6th prince. In the opinion of the spectators, they would have no problems clearing the second round. As for the other princes occupying altars, there were many variables. They might even get chased off. This was the general situation in the core region. To these powerhouses, there would not be any other variables. Chapter 2309. It's the 4th wave. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar looked at the boundless ferocious beast corpses on the ground with a grave expression. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, the ground was covered with rivers of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The dragon essence contained in the ferocious beasts' bodies gave off a green light after they died, flickering like ghost flames. Xiao Su'a, who was at the very front, was expressionless. One could not make out much of his expression. The scene before Xiao Chen no longer found it strange. Compared to the Scarlet Sea in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, The Scarlet Sea in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance was nothing. Even so, it paled in comparison to a great sorcerer. It was still far from being comparable. Wu Meng sat on the corpse of a ferocious beast, wiping the blood off his weapon. He was also proficient in the Tao of Massacre, so he did not show much fatigue. However, each wave of roaring beasts was more ferocious and powerful than the last. Both of them could feel that the pressure on them had multiplied, and they were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xianxia opened his eyes. The sky was as auspicious as snow. It was much denser than before. Catching it, Xianxia allowed it to melt in his palm. After feeling the auspicious signs fusing with the divine sea, Xianxia muttered to himself, "The fifth wave is coming. Clowns, are you still not going to show yourself?" As he said, a black light appeared at the edge of his vision, surging over like a wave. Looking around, he did not see any other princes or guests. It seemed that after the first lesson, this group of people knew how powerful he was and didn't dare to be careless again. He hid himself and restrained his aura. If they did not expose themselves, it would not be easy for Xianxia to pull them all out in this chaotic situation. After a few waves of beasts, Xianxia had nothing to do other than kill 2 beast kings. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xianxia secretly refined the auspicious signs to stabilize his 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Raising his eyebrows, Xianxia sensed a powerful killing intent gathering in the surroundings. This group of people finally couldn't hold back anymore. North. Turning around, Xianxia swiftly looked toward the north. Xiu xiu xiu. 5 streaks of sword light appeared at the same time and gathered together, illuminating the sky. The imperial might was vast and mighty as it slowly approached. Above the sword light, a majestic dynasty was condensing. Those were 5 yen imperial swords drawn at the same time. The horrifying imperial might startled the other princes in the core region. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar showed a grave expression. After some thought, he said, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. The plan will not change." Hao Kai and Senior Feng, who had the heavy responsibility of protecting Wang Yan, raised their guard, not daring to be careless. The prince's Yen imperial sword could multiply his strength in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. The stronger the draconic luck, the more powerful the battle prowess. When the 5 Yen imperial swords appeared at the same time, no one dared to lower their guard. They all felt a mountain-like pressure. Xianxia's figure flashed, and a purple thunderbolt mark streaked across the sky. He was ready to check out the situation. A figure flew over from the sky, carrying a towering emperor's might, forcibly blocking Xianxia's path. This person was the 7th prince's subordinate, the skinny old man. Xianxia had some impression of this person's heavenly wood prison. "Move aside." As the 5 princes led their guests closer to the altar, Xianxia did not have time to waste with this old man. Boom! Right after Xianxia spoke, he drew his tyrant saber and chopped down. Grass grows and shadows fly, growing and never extinguishing. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and an exuberant life force burst out of his body. Layers of emerald green tree branches grew and condensed into a ball around him, growing and extinguishing. No matter how tyrannical Xianxia's saber moves were, he could not destroy this ball of tree branches. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Saber lights spread out, and electric images crisscrossed. However, that skinny old man relied on his advantage in cultivation to defend and not attack. As long as Xianxia could not severely injure the old man in one go, he would not lose. Sawdust fluttered in the air and filled the sky. The scrawny old man's figure was faintly discernible in the tree ball's life and death. He said with a cold smile, "I'm an entire major realm higher than you. The profoundness of my divine essence isn't what you can imagine. Although you're terrifyingly strong, if I don't make a move, there won't be any flaws." Xianxia turned around and stopped attacking. He frowned slightly. Encountering such a shameless old thing was indeed difficult to deal with. A trace of retreating appeared in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time. Saving the 9th prince was more important. "You want to leave? I didn't agree to let you go. This old man has the final say." The skinny old man was obviously dissatisfied with Xiaochen blocking the entire team of the seventh prince. When he saw the helpless look on Xiaochen's face, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Dao Might erupted, and a terrifying Wood Dao domain spread out, instantly filling the sky. The instant the Wood Dao domain supported the wood shavings that filled the air, the wood shavings scattered everywhere. The densely packed wood shavings flew toward Xiaochen. Xiaochen showed a cold expression as his 3 Dao Might layered over each other, materializing a boundless saber move. Xiaochen sent out an impenetrable screen of sabers to protect himself, not leaving any blind spots. However, this skinny old man's attack was extremely strange. The wood shavings actually stuck to the saber light. Then they grew wildly, like grass growing under a rock. When they burst out, they could even send the rock flying. These wood shavings relied on this life force to forcefully break through Xiaochen's screen of saber light. After that, wood shavings continuously landed on Xiaochen's body, growing wildly. Soon, Xiaochen's body was covered in trees. These trees tore at his physical body. The roots were like tentacles that pierced through his skin and penetrated deep into his body, destroying his internal organs and absorbing the life force in his body. Xiaochen's strong blue dragon divine body gave these trees an even better space to grow. The rapidly growing trees shocked even the skinny old man somewhat. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Many times, the stronger an existence looks, the weaker it is. On the other hand, the unremarkable things like a blade of grass or a piece of wood are extremely tough and can bring out incredible power. The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Then he held his palms together and continuously infused his divine energy into the many trees on Xiaochen's body. At this moment, Xiaochen looked extremely strange. Xiaochen stood in the air with many huge trees covering his entire body. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes peered through the intertwining branches, calmly looking at the skinny old man. The skinny old man allowed the divine energy to infuse into the trees on his body. It seemed like he was helpless and resigned to his fate. Slowly, the skinny old man could no longer keep smiling. He felt that the life force in Xiaochen's body seemed boundless. The wildly growing trees even seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The life force they exuded was so dense that even the skinny old man felt afraid. How can it be like this? Given his cultivation, after my seed absorbed so much life force, he should have turned into a dried corpse long ago. The skinny old man felt greatly startled. However, he could no longer stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue. I really want to continue playing with you. However, I don't know what method you used, but you managed to restrain the demon blood vulture as well. This ends here. Fiendish saber inheritance, all things rejoicing together. Xiaochen shouted in his heart, and the many trees growing wildly on his body assimilated with all things rejoicing together. Every tree, every branch, and every leaf burst out with resplendent saber light at the same time. The life force that terrified the skinny old man turned into countless saber lights and surged over. Whoosh! Without giving the skinny old man any chance to react, the saber lights filling the air surged over. When the saber light scattered, the skinny old man's entire body was pierced through. Like a broken kite, the skinny old man wobbled and fell heavily. The many trees wrapped around Xiaochen's body. He gently twisted his body and slid down like water. The roots of the trees in his body tried to grab hold of him but could not. The instant Xiaochen left, the many towering ancient trees in the air without the vast life force in his body shattered and turned into ashes. The skinny old man looked incredibly weak. Then, he gently drifted down and walked forward step by step. The skinny old man appeared incredibly weak. Wounds covered the skinny old man's body, but he laughed maniacally. Xiaochen, it's over for you. You can turn around and take a look, turn around and take a look. Then, you will know what despair is. The 5 yen imperial swords above the altar where Wang Yan was gave off resplendent sword lights. Boundless sword moves encased the entire altar. The heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the other 2 showed extremely unsightly expressions. Right now, it was not about whether Wang Yan could block the peak strikes of the 5 princes' yen imperial swords. Even if they managed to block it, The shockwaves from the explosion could directly destroy the entire altar. Wang Yan, who was in the eye of the storm, would definitely die. Below the altar, Qin Zhuolin controlled the colossal lava beast and fought an intense battle with the 5 princes' guests. Qin Zhuolin showed rage on his face. He wanted to help, but he could not. On the other side, the demon blood vulture's belly pressed against the ground as it screeched miserably. The demon blood vulture did its best to spread its wings and fly. However, when the wind blew, no matter how much it screeched in pain, it could not fly. A black ball as heavy as a planet stuck it to the ground inside the demon blood vulture's body. Mr. Lu stood upright in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "After swallowing my imprisoning star pearl, no matter how horrifying you are, you will have to lie down obediently." Xiao Sua and Wu Meng, who were at the front lines, were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. At this moment, Qin Zhuolin, who should have led the colossal lava beast to reinforce them, was held up. The two were in unspeakable misery. They could only do their best to hold on as danger surrounded them. The 9th prince is finished. Outside the palace in the clouds, the powerhouses of the feudal lords in the palace in the clouds sighed as they watched the scene on the huge light screen. Although this was somewhat sorrowful, it was within expectations. How could the 9th prince stand a chance against the 5 princes? Such an outcome was just a matter of time. Something's not right. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber light flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, the saber move sliced the sky in half like it was a piece of cloth. Kasi, something strange happened in an instant. Before the 9th prince could see where the saber light came from, the 5 princes with surging auras above the altar got chopped in half at the waist. The peak strike of the Yen imperial sword crumbled, looking like fireworks in the air. "Go in peace." Then, Xiaoqin sheathed Heavenly Slayer and stepped forward. His tall and straight figure looked like a lone mountain. The instant Heavenly Slayer returned to the scabbard, the tip of the scabbard flew towards the severely injured, skinny, old man at lightning speed. The incredibly weak, skinny, old man's face filled with despair. He muttered, turn back, sorry, I do not have the habit of turning back." Boom. Heavenly Slayer closed the scabbard and landed, crushing the skinny, old man into powder. The remnant might scattered his divine seal. The skinny, old man did not see Xiaoqin turn back even as he died. The skinny, old man did not understand why there was a need to turn back after Heavenly Slayer was drawn. Chapter 23:10. While Xiaoqin was defeating the 5 great princes' joint counterattack, the 5th prince was not so lucky. The 1st prince's altar burst out with resplendent light, looking like the sun, illuminating the entire ancient Yen emperor tomb. All of them were forcefully sent out, turning into streams of light and disappearing. The group of people laughed at the same time. Clearly, they had always looked down on this Wang Yun, treating him as a joke. Yuan Zhen chuckled as he looked at Wang Yun. According to Yuan Zhen's plan, he should have made a sudden attack at this moment, killing off the unguarded 3rd prince. Could it be that Big Brother is going to go on a killing spree? Wang Yun said with some certainty. He rushed towards Xiaoqin and Wu Meng, who were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. The 4th prince Wang Yun could not accept this at all. However, he endured it. After all, Yuan Zhen had not missed anything since the start. But no matter what, a prince was still a prince, and the other guests would more or less have some scruples. Congratulations, 3rd brother. Hee, 3rd brother is really amazing. I believe there must have been some commotion in the refinement of the Yen imperial sword. 4th brother, I will take my leave first. Qin Zhuolin startled to his senses and quickly directed the colossal lava beast to turn into a surging flood. Like the roar of a raging river, huge waves surged and rushed towards the horde of beasts. But no matter what, the 9th prince's crisis had been resolved. On the altar, the 4 princes looked at the blazing sacred flame with different expressions. King's way. In the midst of the blazing sacred flame, the princes all wore horrified expressions. Those fellows were even capable of getting the 1st prince to collude with the Shuawu dynasty. After Xiaoqin left, Wang Yun said somewhat angrily, "Mr. Yuan, can you give me an explanation?" With your strength earlier, you could have killed third brother in one move when he let his guard down. Why did you just give up? I've killed so many berserk beasts that I want to puke. Seeing a berserk beast's corpse makes me sick. This fourth prince is still as foolish as ever. He must have become foolish after killing so many ferocious beasts. Even now, you are still thinking about the berserk beasts. Fourth brother, we won't leave. We will protect you. Not only Wang Yun, but the other guests were also confused, expressing their confusion. He was well aware of his own strength and his own capabilities. However, it looked like the first prince's Yen imperial sword was about to complete its refinement. The third prince smiled and said, "This fourth brother of mine is good at everything, but he's a little silly and honest. Haha, but he's not stupid. He won't give us a chance, right?" The Yen emperor in the clouds remained calm. He did not show any rage or killing intent because of Xianxia's attack. 50%? So. If he is allowed to merge his king's mark with the dynasty's dragon vein, he will soar into the sky. No one knows what will happen. Given the selfish nature of the imperial ancestral temple's elders, it was practically impossible for them to be willing to pay a high price. The demon blood vulture soared into the air and let out a carefree cry as it charged at the ferocious beast tide. A hint of surprise flashed in the third prince's eyes. "Fourth brother, are you not going to stay and share the dragon vein with us?" In reality, princes had fallen in the ancient Yen emperor tomb in every succession race. The 5 princes were split in half by a medial-grade soul tool. It was hard to say whether they could survive or not. When Wang Yun recognized Yuan Zhen, he felt greatly startled. The other guests were similarly startled. "Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die." "Mr. Yuan? Why aren't you making a move? We have not suffered any losses yet. This is the best opportunity." When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, there was no need to turn back. The scene of Xiaoqun chopping down 5 princes with one saber strike was simply shocking. Wang Yun's heart pounded heavily. He had never thought that he could become the crown prince. After the 5 princes were forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen emperor tomb, their guests naturally could not remain. However, Xiaoqun used Heavenly Slayer. According to legend, if one did not kill, one would injure oneself. When it was unsheathed, one would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in the 4th prince Wang Yun's eyes, but he did not make a move. Yuan Zhen removed his hood, revealing his shiny bald head and the 12 ring scars on it. Yuan Zhen did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Before coming, I did not know that the first prince chose the king's Tao. I also did not know that his refinement would be so smooth." The sword qi released by the 5 Yen imperial swords on the altar scattered like fireworks. There's no need. There is a limited number of auspicious signs. If we fight over them, it will be hard to avoid harming our friendship. Third elder brother, just remember your agreement with me. I'll bring my subordinates to the core region to sweep the area. The ferocious beast corpses covering the ground are great treasures. Yuan Zhen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yen emperor tomb. This is a little too exaggerated. After this, the 9th prince's situation turned around. He should not have any problems in the 2nd round. The 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince formed an alliance. They found an opening and directly chased the 5th prince off the altar, forcing him to forfeit. Senior Feng and Hao Kai exchanged glances, not saying anything for a long time. Before the 3rd prince could reply, Wang Yun leaped off the altar and quickly led his guests far away. If Xiao Sua and Wu Meng had not rushed over, they would have died in battle. The succession race was not a friendly game. It was a cruel competition to the death. The first was to help Wang Yan become the crown prince. The second was the ethereal immortal palace. The third had always been hidden in the depths of Yuan Zhen's heart. Earlier was clearly an excellent opportunity. The 4th prince might have occupied the altar and succeeded in refining it. Wang Yun said seriously, "I trust Mr. What should I do now?" The other princes sneered as they watched the 3rd prince leave. After a while, Elder Feng voiced out his concern. When Senior Feng turned his head to look, he happened to see Xiaoqun sheathing his saber. This scene stunned Senior Feng. His mind short-circuited, and he forgot to move. If it were any other weapon, it would be fine. All he needed to do was use natural treasures and recuperate for a while, and his life would not be in danger. Yuan Zhen laughed maniacally. Then he revealed an unfathomable smile under his hood. Do you think the 5 princes have any chance of surviving? Seeing that Wang Yun trusted him completely, Yuan Zhen smiled and asked, Have you heard of the 9th altar? Do you know what the kingly Tao is? The kingly Tao is that those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The kingly Tao is to show such might. The stronger one's Tao might and strength will be. They complement each other. What do you think will happen next? The first prince Wang Fei roared as he drew the Yen imperial sword in his hand, startling all the princes, refining the Yen imperial sword to their senses. Xianxia looked at the imprisoning star pearl in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. Then he fiddled with it for a while before putting it away. The powerhouses of the feudal lords had long since grown accustomed to the deaths of princes. Qin Zhuolin had been commanding more than 100 colossal lava beasts to fight the 40-odd guests. Now that his opponents were gone, the pressure on him lessened significantly. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire core region of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb shook intensely. The terrifying imperial might caused the other altars that were far away to shake and tremble. The other guests felt somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, what does that matter? You might consider these things, but Xianxia would not care at all. In his opinion, this is a fight to the death. Either the 9th prince dies or the 5 princes die. The moment he drew Heavenly Slayer, he did not intend to turn back. Or rather, when he decided to help Wang Yan, there was no reason for him to turn back. Even if a prince died, it would normally be at the hands of another prince. Few guests would directly kill a prince. This somewhat cruel scene immediately elicited startled cries. To think that Xianxia was so bold. The book scholar shouted from the altar. As he spoke, he immediately leaped off the altar. Amid loud rumbling, a kingly Tao's emperor's might swept out in all directions, covering the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 princes suddenly appeared in the palace's drill ground. Senior Feng felt stunned. After a while, he no longer bothered with this question. Wasn't his question pointless? It turned out that the mysterious person that he looked down on was actually the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. Hao Kai said calmly, everything points to disaster. However, he can definitely be saved. It just depends on whether the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are willing to pay a sufficient price. The 3rd prince, who was the leader, rejoiced. He said seriously, many thanks to little brothers for helping. Otherwise, I would never have been able to climb this altar. The 3rd prince did not reveal any of this, enduring silently. However, in his heart, this 3rd goal was far more important than the first 2. Ha ha ha. Xianxia. Compared to Senior Feng, Hao Kai's understanding of Xianxia was more thorough. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts showed hurried expressions as they quickly took away the bodies of the 5 princes. Brother Qin, quickly go and save Xiaosua and Wu Meng. In their opinion, aside from the first prince, they could give up on the others. Yuan Zhen said coldly, I removed my hood in hopes that you will trust me more. This is a great opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. You should know that this land of absolute beginning had the help of the hidden spirit temple's ancestors. That was how the first-generation Yen Emperor managed to locate this place as the Imperial Tomb. Now, Yuan Zhen actually said that he had a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince and ascending to the throne. Everything went as Yuan Zhen expected. The 4 princes worked together and successfully chased away the strong 5th prince. Ha! Actually, you don't have to care about this, because your opportunity is here. If you only had a 20% chance of becoming the crown prince before, it has now risen to 50%. Under the hood, Yuan Zhen looked around and sent a voice projection. There's no rush. I sense that something is about to happen. Just wait a little longer. This altar is not important right now. Let your 3rd brother have it. What? Boom! The murderous intent in the 4th prince Wang Yun's eyes vanished. Yuan Zhen. You are the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen. Doesn't the hidden spirit temple never interfere in the succession race? Chapter 23:11. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. These words echoed endlessly in the vast core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The sovereign Tao's might shook the world. A resplendent holy light shone on the first prince's altar, illuminating the entire core region like the sun. This made the altars of the other princes pale in comparison. This is the sovereign Tao? Amid the blazing holy flame, the yellow papers on the various altars opened their eyes at the same time. Intense horror flashed in their eyes. No one expected the first prince Wang Fei to merge his sovereign Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein so quickly. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Everyone expected the sovereign Tao to be much more difficult to merge than the other great Tao. It was impossible for the first prince to succeed so quickly before the other princes. Inside the palace, even the aloof Yan Emperor felt shocked. As he held the genuine Yan imperial sword in his hand, his body trembled slightly as he said, "Impossible? Why is it impossible? The facts prove that the first prince is indeed the chosen one, the leader of our Yanwu dynasty's resurgence." The Yan Emperor looked back and saw the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor. Then he suddenly understood something. You have already crossed the line. The ancestral teachings say that the succession race has to be fair. If you go against the ancestral teachings, my Yanwu dynasty will be destroyed. Everyone knew that the imperial ancestral temple controlled the entrances to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They knew most of the secrets of the mausoleum. If they were willing to lend a hand, they would definitely be able to survive. If they helped, the first prince could merge his sovereign Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein at an incredible speed. However, this was equivalent to deciding who the crown prince would be. This completely went against the ancestral teachings, ignoring the ancestral teachings and shaking the foundation of the nation. A great calamity is approaching. The Yanwu dynasty is in the eye of the storm. If it does not change, it will self-destruct. Don't think that I do not know that you secretly went to Spirit Vulture Mountain. That group of bald donkeys did not agree to help you, right? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the Yan Emperor, appearing exceptionally cold. The Yan Emperor felt stunned. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to know him so well. Based on your confused expression, that group of bald donkeys from the Hidden Spirit Temple probably did not agree to help you. This bunch of bald donkeys have always been high and mighty, acting as if they were otherworldly masters, but in reality, they're just collecting incense and worshipping the devil Buddha. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said indifferently, "Do you want to draw your sword? You can't pull it out, right? You are already a thing of the past. A new Yan imperial sword will be born. Watch carefully, accompany us to the end of the last play, and obediently pass on the throne." So. Right after Xianxia spoke, many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in the palace high in the clouds. The Yan Emperor had an unsightly expression as he looked at the elders walking out from behind the sovereign ancestor. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the abbot did not agree to his request that day. This was because the dynasty was no longer under his control. The clan elder's influence was deeply rooted in the dynasty's bloodline. In the great hall below, the feudal vassals and the big shots of the aristocratic families were present. They did not know that a coup had quietly taken place in the palace in the clouds. The current Yan Emperor was stripped of his throne by the joint efforts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the first prince Wang Fei soared into the air amid resplendent holy light and looked around coldly. A tyrannical kingly Tao that looked down on the world made the four princes tremble. Damn it! How can this be? The eighth prince Wang Feng felt startled and angry. His wind great Tao was only half a step away from perfectly merging with the dynasty's dragon vein. In Wang Feng's opinion, no matter what, he should be ahead of Wang Fei. Merging the wind great Tao was much simpler than merging the sovereign Tao. Oh no! The expressions of Tao Yen and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren Yu changed at the same time. This was because Wang Fei, who was high in the sky, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who was in the sacred flame. Eighth Prince, quickly leave the altar. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng showed an unresigned expression. Give me a little more time, and I can perfectly merge the Wind Great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. There is no time. It is enough that you have already imprinted it. Dao Yen and Wenrenyu did not give Wang Feng a chance to speak. They worked together to pull him out of the sacred flame and shouted, "Quickly move away." However, they were still one step too late. Wang Fei drew his sword, and a vast dragon image appeared. The accumulations of the dynasty that had existed for 100,000 years were vividly displayed in Wang Fei's sword. When the sword light landed, the altar that the eighth prince was on suddenly crumbled, turning into countless shards. Wang Feng appeared somewhat dispirited. My altar. The scattered shards of the altar were like bubbles in a beautiful dream to Wang Feng, drifting in all colors. It's gone, it's all gone. A terrifying shockwave spread out as boundless dragon energy poured out from the shattered altar. The dragon essence turned into many dragon images, continuously heading for Wang Fei in the air, causing his might to soar. Ha! Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. When Wang Fei felt the overwhelming power contained in the Yen Imperial Sword in his hand, he entered a frenzied state as he shouted again. The might of one sword strike destroyed his greatest competitor's altar. The swelling energy made Wang Fei's heart grow infinitely larger. Oh no! The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Then he said decisively, "Retreat." After dealing with the 8th brother, there was no doubt that first brother's target would be him. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat earlier. There was no need to insist on a perfect merger of his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. Since the mark was already there, it meant that there was still hope. There was still hope. The altar was already useless. If he insisted on perfection, he would definitely be destroyed. Damn it. Although Wang Yi calmly analyzed the pros and cons in his heart, he still felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! Sikong Shu, the Silver Dragon King, and the other great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents protected the 13th Prince Wang Yi as they jumped off the altar and fled. Bang! Nearly the instant Wang Yi jumped off the altar, the first Prince Wang Fei's attack arrived. The altar shattered in that instant, and the sacred flames scattered on the ground. The burning ferocious beasts howled miserably as they fled in all directions. Withdraw! Wang Fei smiled coldly. The Yen Imperial Sword in his hand frantically absorbed the dragon essence leaking out of the altar. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The Sovereign Tao, this is the Sovereign Tao. The greater one's momentum, the stronger one's strength. After Wang Fei destroyed the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince's momentum, his own momentum swelled to a level that no one dared to look directly at. Below the altar, Lord Shi's group showed calm expressions as if they had expected this. How terrifying! How can first brother be so strong? The 3rd Prince, who had just occupied an altar, had just jumped onto it. He did not even have time to refine the Yen Imperial Sword. When the 3rd Prince saw everything that happened before him, he was completely stunned, unable to continue fighting. Oh no! The 3rd Prince's expression changed dramatically. He felt a killing chi encasing him, preventing him from moving, and his entire body trembled. First brother, I have no intention of fighting with you. I'll give up now. Fear filled the 3rd Prince's heart. He stuttered, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Boom! However, Wang Fei did not give the 3rd Prince a chance to speak. When his sword descended, he destroyed the 3rd Prince along with the altar. This happened again and again. Wang Fei sent out 3 sword strikes, destroying an altar with 1 sword strike. 3 sword strikes destroyed 3 altars. Those who paid attention could tell that this was no longer Wang Fei's own strength. He seemed to have borrowed the momentum of the dynasty's dragon vein. Before the other princes could perfectly merge their great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. The dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. In this ancient Yen emperor tomb, The dynasty's dragon vein was equivalent to the Yanwu dynasty's 100,000 years of accumulations. As for the first prince Wang Fei, he was the embodiment of this dynasty's accumulations. With the Yen imperial sword in hand, he carried the mandate of heaven. When the fourth prince Wang Yun saw the dead third prince in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the fourth prince had not listened to Yuanzhen earlier, he would have been the one dead. Wang Yun said sincerely, "Mr. Yuan, many thanks for saving my life." Shock also flashed in Yuanzhen's eyes on his calm face under the hood. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised by the strength that Wang Fei displayed. "There's no need to thank me. We are in the same boat. Saving you is saving myself." Wang Yun did not care about Yuanzhen's words. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Mr. Yuan, where is the ninth altar that you mentioned?" Yuanzhen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. This is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you." Wang Yun felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of Yuanzhen's finger and saw the ninth prince Wang Yan's altar. Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Wang Yun looked in the direction Yuanzhen pointed. It was the altar where the ninth prince Wang Yan was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Stop looking. Hide first." Yuanzhen pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then he turned around and said, "Mr. Yun, tell me, where is the ninth altar?" Wang Yun asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuanzhen. Wang Yun retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuanzhen. Then he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yun asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuanzhen. Wang Yun had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yun clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuanzhen glanced over and saw Wang Yun's expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction in the battle later will surpass your imagination." Battle? Wang Yun appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yun felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuanzhen sighed in his heart. Then he gave a simple explanation. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all?" Wang Yun looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Shuo dynasty experts and the six vain sovereign emperors Wei Yu appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yun thought of the battle that Yuanzhen spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was as Yuanzhen said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yun did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yun shouted, "Go! Go! Go! Let's leave quickly! Don't move! Follow me!" Yuanzhen shook his head slightly. Then he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The first prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. They were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Universe Origin sects Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th prince looked at the two of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said after some thought, "There's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yen imperial sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Tao will one have a chance to compete with him. Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, "There are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th prince and the 13th prince can't wait any longer." "That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong." The 11th prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then he focused on refining the Yen imperial sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce sacred flame, Wang Yen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 1st prince Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The 1st prince Wang Fei did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship Tao made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. "9th prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos." The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment, his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. "However, your highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that your highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die." After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yen while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th prince Wang Yen. "Xiaochen, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine?" When Wang Fei saw Xiaochen on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his sword and brandished it. The foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yen was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-vein sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yen emperor tomb. Even a true 7-vein sovereign emperor or an 8-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend? Or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Xiaochen closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Xiaochen to receive this sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Qin Zhuolin, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. "Fight. My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place. Half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok." Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The Scarlet War banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Xiaochen inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky, The true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great desolate Aeon bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Qin Zhuolin brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with the resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous chi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Xiaochen, Wu Meng and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill! Xiao Sua took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Xiao Sua vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Xiao Sua's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. "Brother Xiao, I'll help you." It looked like the cracks on Xiao Sua's arm would spread to his entire body. Then, 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolin gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack, crack. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Dao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Dao failed, it would harm the great Dao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Xiaochen had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might. Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiaochen looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon's dragon might made Xiaochen look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer, the 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiaochen's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon's dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary great desolate Aeon bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiaochen's dragon might was. A mixed blood dragon? Is this really a mixed blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His grade 7 silver dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the Silver Dragon King wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure? Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Sikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushin Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the Azure Dragon image behind Xiaoqin. Interesting. This is already the dragon might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-colored divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-colored divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable? You can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo? Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince selection. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the Blue Dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epic, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now, the Blue Dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestors saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epic is indeed at its end. Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now?" However, the Yen Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Yenwu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the hidden spirit temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it. Why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiaoqin circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Xiaoqin did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Xiaoqin's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Xiaoqin's sword. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons returned to one. As Xiaoqin soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword chi that Xiao Suo and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword chi. It was like Xiaoqin had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Xiaoqin stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Kasi, the sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Pu Si. Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Dao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die." The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent holy light materialized by the kingship Tao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Tao energy, divine energy, soul energy, everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Xiu. The dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yen imperial sword split into two, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The two streams of dynasty's sword light carried Wang Fei's everything: his will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the two of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now, he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the 1st prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-vein sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xianxia and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The two did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly at nearly the same time, "Retreat." Boom. In an instant, the two altars shattered, and two shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. Two startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha! Ha! Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak but also brought him to a higher level. "We can't wait anymore." The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw this scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The 1st prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man, Shi, waved his sleeve, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black-Faced Holy Daughter led a few demonic Tao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th prince's subordinates, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Tao Yen and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenrinyu, or the 13th prince's subordinates, the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yen Emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the 1st prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. "Xiaoqin, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain." Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Xiaoqin. However, an extremely cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Big brother." Xiaoxia, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Xiaoqin somewhat worriedly. Xiaoxia's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Xiaoxia. They were in a similarly bad state. Xiao Chen, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Xiaochen could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate forbidden art. However, Xiaochen had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yan out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Xiaochen had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw this saber or not? Xiaochen, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then he held it horizontally in front of Xiaochen, grasping its hilt. "Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore." Xiao Su'aw shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. The soul tool. The word, forbidden, distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Xiaochen could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his Yen Imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Xiaochen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. "You can't." However, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient Thunder Dragon True Soul. It was perfectly compatible with Xiaochen's Thunder Dao, containing the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Xiaochen drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Xiaochen had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with 1 saber strike. Once the Heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill but injure. When Xiaochen sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove this saber with all his might. The withdrawn Heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill! Without hesitation, Xiaochen held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. "Good move. I'll make sure you never return." Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Xiaochen after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was? In this ancient Yen Emperor tomb, no soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yen Imperial sword in his hand. Dang! Ding! Ding! When the saber and sword clashed, Xiaochen brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Xiaochen exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Xiaochen, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. "Humph! It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Dao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here I am heaven." Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Xiaochen. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, bearing its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Xiaochen, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Xianxia frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xianxia had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now, he could use the Yanwu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian Slayer clashing with the other party's Yen Imperial sword, Xianxia would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th Prince's and the 13th Prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Son led people to block them. Close to 40 Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yen, Wen Renyu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great desolate Aeon bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th Prince and the 13th Prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the Crown Prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yen, who comprehended an ice-small world, relied on his 10th-layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yen thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Xianxia. This was the former Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Mingxian. Scram! Dao Yen showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th-layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique. Destroy. Mingxian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yen felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct Black Lotus Church venerate image behind Mingxian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Originally, Dao Yen planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man who had yet to make a move. Dao Yen snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Mingxian. Mingxian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in 2 different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Mingxian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Mingxian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th-layer Dao domain, how horrifying. Mingxian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Mingxian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Mingxian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then Mingxian smiled faintly and said, With the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know. Dao Yen showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The two princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. Damn it! Yen Songming cursed in his heart when he felt Shi's gaze. Then, he looked at the sixth prince beside him and said, "Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the first prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending." Before the sixth prince could answer, Yen Songming led Jin Yuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yen Songming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yen Songming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen bought time for Wang Yen. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Xiao Chen would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Xiao Chen's predicament. Even if Xiao Chen could not block everyone, he could at least block Yen Songming. Zhen Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me. Yen Songming instructed with a calm expression. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Zhen Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yen Songming had arrived, the appearance of Zhen Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yen Songming and Lin Feng brought out their Death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled. To think that Yen Songming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yen Songming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yen Songming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. The gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiao Chen when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Swearenji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th Prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yen Songming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiao Chen is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally, I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yen Songming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, it does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xianxia's feet. Time seemed to change as Xianxia's figures split into three. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The three figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The three sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the Glory, Illuminating Three Lives. Three saber lights intersected above the altar, illuminated by resplendent holy light, and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The three figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xianxia's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xianxia did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the three saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end, it would empty. Imperial Ancestor. The other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan Imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Xianxia. However, he could not do so. It was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die? The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the two of them. No, there was another person, Wang Feng said indifferently. The next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right? The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled coldly and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." The two did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the two was startling. Right now, only the 9th Prince was still refining the Yan Imperial Sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th Prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the second first prince. This Yan Songming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Songming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die. Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Songming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Songming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, if that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, it means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yan Songming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yan Songming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yan Songming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Xiao Chen's three figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xiao Chen's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the three-life flower and not the three-life flower. Xiao Chen used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the three-life flower. Xiao Chen traveled to the past and the future, merging the three saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature three-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Xiao Chen executed the three-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Xiao Chen nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the three-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Xiao Chen could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret in his heart. Xiao Chen had three purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his third purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Xiao Chen had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Xiao Chen swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair. Dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw she below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lochi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you. But Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yen imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yen emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yen imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yen imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yen imperial sword is rather impressive. That's not right. It should be called the demonic imperial sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Shuiwu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon rising into the sky. Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments, it was as high as the sky. Pitch-black demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yen emperor tomb or the blood moon dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the imperial ancestral temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the hidden spirit temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the imperial ancestral temple's elders seemed to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, Let's wait and see. The imperial palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a faux god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here. Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that, he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yen Emperor had not appeared yet. Inside the palace in the clouds, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yen Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor paused for a moment but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds, he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned." "It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the Grand Ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Tao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Xianxia could hold the Yen imperial sword in First Brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Xianxia looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did First Brother make with the Imperial Ancestral Temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, "Just wait and see. If he only wants to wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad." The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal immortal palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. "This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Shuawu dynasty. At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal immortal palace." Sikong Shu replied calmly, "It is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the misty palace of immortals." Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Xianxia, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been hiding somewhere. Then he appeared and landed beside Xianxia. Chu Chaoyun stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought, he said, "This is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now, I can't figure out what he is trying to do." "You can't figure it out?" "Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince." Xianxia made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyun, not daring to reply. The Yenwu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Xianxia alone wanted to take over the entire Yenwu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. "Isn't this a little too inconceivable?" Chu Chaoyun said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruashi was only doing this for the ethereal immortal palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance? Who? Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Xiao Chen knew something that he did not. The Hidden Spirit Temple. If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epic, the 8 superfactions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. Back then, in the Hidden Spirit Temple, Sword God Su Hanshan and the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the Sword Dao and the strongest person of the Saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epic as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushin Palace, enduring silently. The profound Heaven Holy Land's Wenrenyu stood silently behind Dao Yen with his zither on his back. The underworld god halls Yen Tsangming and Zhen Yuan looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. There is one more person. Xiao Chen looked around but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly, "There is one more person?" Chu Chaoyun felt confused, not knowing who Xiao Chen was referring to. Xiao Chen did not answer. He looked around but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Xiao Chen knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She, who wore dragon robes, tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! She's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. She gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang Yen anxiously refined the Yen imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yen, who was in the fierce sacred flame. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. She's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first Prince Wang Fei's. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, the moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yen was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zuman dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Sua and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No! The sword wind contained too much Zuman dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Sua and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then, they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flames scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chen held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. This. Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily, and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the Blue Dragon ancient land. What exactly is Xi's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? You're right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuowu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the Imperial Ancestral Temple has already sided with the demonic Dao Hall. This is not going to be easy, Chu Chaoyun sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiao Chen making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyun had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyun's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die? She said with a harmless smile. Then, he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble! Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver Dragon's Rage. Raging Stars. Vast Sky Fist Light. Sorrowful Cloud Palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you." Chapter 23:17. Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you. She smiled faintly under the blood moon as he raised his head to look at Xiao Qin, who was on the demon blood vulture. Right after she spoke, he immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? Why did she suddenly say that? Could it be that Xiao Chen and she were old acquaintances? In hindsight, if Xiao Chen had not used a strange saber move to kill the first Prince Wang Fei, she would not have his current might. On the demon blood vulture's back, Chu Chaoyun gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Don't overthink. This is my first time seeing this person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, he should have some connection to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun." At that time, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's other identity was the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master. Perhaps he is a blue dragon descendant as well. However, his bloodline is already extremely thin. Chu Chaoyun shared some of his guesses, thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps this could explain Xi's earlier words. A blue dragon bloodline? That's impossible. Aside from me, there is no other blue dragon bloodline in this world. Although the Kunlun realm has a blue dragon totem, it only has a blue dragon martial spirit. It is still far from a bloodline. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, there are only two possibilities for his earlier words. One is to frame me. After all, Wang Fei died at my hands. The second possibility is that I am an important pawn in his eyes. Without me, he cannot start the epic. Or perhaps both of them are possible. Cut the crap. What are you trying to do? As the two discussed on the demon blood vulture, a furious shout came from below. It was the 8th Prince Wang Feng. He had had enough of this demonic Dao expert who came out of nowhere. This demonic Dao expert turned the succession race into a mess, leaving Wang Feng with no chance at all. Most importantly, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng could not stand an outsider giving orders here, acting all high and mighty. Even when Wang Fei was in power, he did not feel this bad. After all, he was of the royal family's bloodline. But who the hell was this guy in front of him? What exactly do you want? The other princes felt the same way as Wang Feng. They could not understand what she was trying to do. I've already said that the competition for the crown prince position is over. You princes have already performed outstandingly. Go back to where you came from. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will reward you based on your contributions. She smiled. He did not get angry at this group of princes with cold expressions and murderous gazes. Do you think it's over just because you say so? Yes, it's over when I say it's over. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the smile on Xi's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The scattered gazes suddenly focused on the 8th prince Wang Fei. Their eyes met. In the depths of the mysterious left eye's pupil, a strange blood-red cross mark appeared. Below the cross mark was a vast demonic sea, and there seemed to be terrifying demons slumbering in the sea. No, bang, bang, bang. Boundless horror spread in the 8th prince's heart. The horror hidden in the depths of his heart magnified infinitely. The 8th prince's heart pounded faster and faster, looking like it would leap out of his chest. Wang Feng clutched his chest, unable to utter a single word. His face was pale. Then he flew back with a plop. After he landed, he bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. With each bounce, he vomited a large mouthful of essence blood, a tragic sight to behold. Your Highness! Dao Xian and the other hanger-ons were shocked and quickly chased after them. Only Wen Renyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan showed grave expressions as they sent voice projections. Did he see anything? He only took one look before immediately closing his demonic eye. I vaguely felt a vague mark. Before I could examine it in detail, I felt boundless horror and did not dare to sigh again. I'm about the same. This person's demonic eye is too horrifying. Even though it is not directed at us, it already possesses such a terrifying ability. Wen Renyu looked up at the blood moon and entered deep thought. This Xi's strength is simply outrageous. Gasp! The other princes sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not hide the horror in their eyes. With just one look, the 8th prince was severely injured. How strong was this Xi? What should we do? Senior Sikong, Senior Silver Dragon King, what should we do? The 13th prince Wang Yi trembled in fear, completely flustered and unable to come up with any ideas. Compared to the hot-blooded 8th prince, the 13th prince's performance in this desperate situation was even worse. However, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King did not answer the 13th prince. They were thinking about a deeper problem. The blood moon hung in the sky, existing with the sky as it slowly swallowed up the dynasty's dragon vein. How did the Xi do it? Back then, in order to stabilize this land of absolute beginning, the imperial family must have laid down a shocking array here. After so many years of operation by the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Imperial Ancestral Temple must have set up a shocking array here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancient formation. However, looking at it now, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be the new formation's eye. The ancient formation ended up in the hands of a demonic Dao prince. This was simply inconceivable. If one thought about the mysteries behind this carefully, one would feel some lingering fear. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances. The two were experienced and quickly figured out some clues. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sikong Shu was about to say something, the 13th prince retreated with a horrified expression. Then she swept his gaze over. When she swept his gaze over, all the princes he looked at moved back frantically. They feared that the tragedy that happened to the 8th prince would repeat itself on them. Seeing this somewhat comical scene, Sikong Shu sighed softly. There is no more chance. These princes are all frightened out of their wits. We are also helpless. If not for the blood moon in the sky, this Xi might not be undefeatable, even with the demonic eye. Since the princes gave up, the guests naturally had to leave. However, not everyone could be like she, grasping the Yen imperial sword and forcibly converting it into a demonic imperial sword. Right now, it was practically clear that she had a secret deal with the imperial ancestral temple. However, no one knew how much they had tied him up. The Silver Dragon King's eyes lit up. Something's not right. Did you notice that the speed at which the blood clouds are swallowing the dragon essence has slowed down? It seems like something has changed. Sikong Shu looked over. Indeed, it was so. The countless crystalline silk-like dragon essence in the air had slowed down slightly. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. She, who had been scaring the princes, did not notice this. You are still not going to retreat? She frowned slightly. His baleful aura seemed solid, putting terrifying pressure on everyone. He said indifferently, I don't have such a good temper all the time. The blood moon in the sky burst forth with resplendent light as Shi's aura increased. The horror in the hearts of the many princes immediately multiplied. It looked like they would collapse. Bang! Just at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from underground, and a dazzling holy light soared into the sky. You are not the one who calls the shots in this world. The ninth Prince Wang Yan showed a stern expression amid the light. As he held the Yen imperial sword, he slowly soared into the air. Auspicious clouds surrounded Wang Yan, and a dragon image appeared behind him. A vast dynasty appeared indistinct. Wang Yan, its ninth brother. His massacre great Dao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. The sword strike from the blood moon had struck Wang Yan half dead. However, Wang Yan reappeared with his massacre great Dao, which perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. No injuries could be seen on Wang Yan's body. His stern face hid a boundless state of massacre. The continuously rising dragon essence started to frantically flow towards Wang Yan's body. Demonic clouds surged in the sky, and cracks started to appear in the blood moon, which had been consuming the dynasty's dragon vein. The Silver Dragon King said after some thought, So, that is the case. Before the altar was destroyed, this Wang Yan already perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. However, that sword strike severely injured him, so he endured and waited until he recovered to his peak before making a strong appearance. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xianxia also felt startled. Then he revealed a smile. Wang Yan did a great job. Xianxia's protection up until now was not in vain. He just had to endure and wait until he recovered to his peak before dealing a blow to Shi. Had she been rash back then, he would have destroyed Xianxia. Now, with Wang Yan's strong return, it would not be that easy to destroy him. The most important thing was that Wang Yan's appearance gave the other princes confidence. At the very least, Shi's plan would not fall apart and fail, like Dao Yan, Sikong Shu, and the other super experts. You want to turn the tide with just your strength? It won't be that easy. Shi's expression changed. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Yan to have hidden so deeply. Wang Yan had jumped out just when she felt that he had the upper hand. Shi's demonic eye of terror feared hope and courage the most. Given that, its might would be greatly reduced. Hence, it would be difficult for Shi to force back the other princes with one look. She needed to kill Wang Yan as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to lead Ming Xian and the others over, something strange happened. Only by purifying all life can one attain enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. A brilliant Buddhist might appeared in the western sky. Auspicious clouds covered the sun, looking like a surging river that continuously pushed back the demonic clouds in the sky. The great origin of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva traveled through time and space from the previous epoch and resounded in the sky. Amid the boundless beneficence, Yuan Zhen was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Yuan Zhen showed a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then he formed supreme dermic seals with his hands, showing all sorts of mysteries. Then he threw a palm strike. All laws are empty. Only Buddha is supreme. Pure and vast beneficence materialized an ancient Buddhist nation behind Yuan Zhen. When Yuan Zhen's palm strike landed, it materialized a golden Buddhist palm as large as a mountain. Then, it pierced through the demonic clouds and headed for the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the 8 altars scattered in the core region gathered in the air and formed a brand new altar. Dragons soared up from the ground. Dragon images bathed in Buddhist might continuously headed for the altar. A person descended from the sky, showing wild joy on his face as he landed firmly on the altar. Then, Wang Yun stabbed the Yen imperial sword into the altar. Laughing maniacally, he said, "Ninth brother's words do not count in this world." Chapter 23:18. You, ninth brother, do not have the final say in this world. Auspicious clouds churned in the sky. Yuan Zhen looked like a Buddha descending to the world as he sent a palm strike at the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the 9th altar also appeared. It gathered the essence of the 8 altar fragments and formed the 9th altar in the air. Thousands of dragon images soared up from the ground and gathered. In wild joy, the 4th prince Wang Yun stabbed his Yen imperial sword into the fierce sacred flame. The repeated changes could no longer be described as one wave rising and one wave calming. Instead, it was an unending storm, 10,000 waves surging. Just as everyone felt shocked at the 9th Prince Wang Yan's strong return, Yuan Zhen suddenly charged out, using a vast Buddhist might to shake the sky as he headed for the blood moon. Before Yuan Zhen could see what would happen when the golden Buddhist palm landed on the blood moon, the 9th altar suddenly appeared. The 9th altar suddenly appeared. A character that no one could have imagined ascended the altar, bathed in Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's eyes did not know where to look. The thoughts in his mind were in a mess. He was stunned on the spot and was lost in thought. This is the legendary 9th altar. To think that there really is a 9th altar. 9 is the limit of numbers, reaching the peak and occupying great luck. The 4th Prince Wang Yun is really surprising. If he could perfectly merge with it, he would be ridiculously strong. This 9th altar does indeed occupy great luck. However, one's fate is tough enough to endure it. The many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt flabbergasted, their thoughts pausing momentarily. The instant Yuan Zhen appeared on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Chen had been waiting for Yuan Zhen to appear, he had not expected Yuan Zhen to appear in such a manner. Purify all living beings before attaining enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, many of Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. No wonder this Yuan Zhen asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. It turned out that Yuan Zhen had inherited the karma of the Kunlun realm's Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. However, Xiao Chen did not know what form it took. Was it reincarnation, possession, or a seal? If one had to say who was the most shocked and surprised, it had to be she. Everything is empty, only the Buddha is supreme. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Prince Shi. He had failed time and time again. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince returned strongly and Yuan Zhen suddenly rose up, causing the 9th prince to lose the overall situation. The 9th prince's appearance had already caused cracks to appear in the blood moon. Now, the 4th prince's gathering of dragon essence made the situation even worse. If Yuan Zhen's palm strike, which broke the demonic clouds, landed, the blood moon would shatter. Return. She was extremely decisive. He stretched out his hand, and the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a spinning black hole. He returned to his black robe form and slowly descended from the sky. After the golden Buddha palm, which was descending from the blood moon, missed, Yuan Zhen gently waved his hand and sent it toward Shi's group. The golden Buddha palm had already blotted out the sky. The momentum of its descent was like the sky was collapsing. Do it! On the demon blood vulture's back, the eyes of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun lit up as they took advantage of the situation to attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen flew toward the black robe. He could not allow Shi to control the black robe again. Otherwise, when the blood moon rose again, it would be difficult to deal with. Black Face Secret Technique, Destroy. Azure Lotus Secret Technique, Create. Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, Yang Qing, showed grave expressions as they stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. Then they formed hand seals and launched palm strikes at the same time. The black swastika on Ming Xian's forehead spun around and released a black demonic might containing a heavy might of destruction. An azure lotus bloomed under Yang Qing's feet, and a gentle Buddhist light spread out like an auspicious sign, erupting with a torrential life force. Life and death. The two worked together to clash with the Buddha palm strike. She soared into the air, wanting to retrieve the black robe. A figure arrived in the air, brandishing a sword and swinging it. The killing intent filling the air was like a silver river, blocking Xi from afar. She showed some anger on his face as he looked up. It was the 9th Prince Wang Yan holding up his Yan imperial sword, coming to stop him. "You are seeking death," she raged. A scarlet cross appeared in the depths of his left eye as boundless horror assaulted him. In that instant, intense fear overwhelmed Wang Yan's physical body and soul. His body trembled slightly. Wang Yan remained calm, dealing with this calmly. The killing intent filling the air turned into motes of stars and gathered on his sword. The sword erupted with a blazing sword light. Wang Yan's wrist moved slightly, and a sword light shone on Xi's eyes. While the sword light covered the other party's demonic eyes, Wang Yan suppressed the fear in his heart with boundless courage and charged forward to attack. At this moment, Wang Yan's massacre great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. His strength was no weaker than the first prince's. As the sword light swept out, the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations poured out like a surging river. With the massacre great Tao driving it, the dynasty's accumulations became like a vast army, roaring, kill, endlessly. She was forced to fight with the demonic imperial sword as Wang Yan held him back. "Ming Xian, Yang Qing, don't bother with that Yuan Zhen. Help me snatch back the divine cloak." At the same time, Xianxia charged over with the heavenly book scholar, Wu Meng, and the others, holding up the scarlet blood war banner. They engaged in a chaotic battle with Xi's guests, not giving him a chance to provide reinforcements. In the air, Xiao Qian and Chu Chaoyun chased after the black robe. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. Then, he glanced around and saw Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter charging over at the same time after blocking that palm strike. "I'll go and block them." Without hesitation, Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed as he pushed his hands to the left and right. The universe origin true flame burned fiercely, materializing a screen of fire that blocked Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. Chu Chaoyun did not give the two a chance to react. He drew his sword and slowly spread out his primal chaos great Tao. His figure turned blurry, preventing Ming Xian and Yang Qing from locking onto his exact location. On the ground, the 8th prince and the 13th prince, who looked like they were startled awake from a dream, looked at the 9th altar in the air. Madness appeared in their eyes. Right now, this was their only chance to fight with the 9th prince Wang Yan. They could chase Wang Yun down and monopolize the 9th altar for themselves. Kill! Wang Feng and Wang each led their guests over with an overwhelming aura. With the strength of the two of them, it should be more than enough to chase Wang Yun away. However, just as the group approached, a Buddhist voice rang out. Buddhist chants rang out, and the many guests of the 4th prince Wang Yun appeared. Each of them held a magic tool. Then, according to Yuan Zhen's instructions, they stood in different positions and activated their magic tools at the same time. Boom! In that instant, thousands of Buddhist voices layered over each other. A huge Buddha image encased the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This Buddha image vaguely resembled the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Dang! Ding! Ding! The many weapons struck the Buddha image, giving off metallic clangs. However, Wang Yun, who was on the altar, did not suffer any damage. Mr. Yuan really has incredible foresight. He long guessed that this group of princes would go crazy. Indeed, he gave us the magic tools to lay the formation in advance. It really worked. Don't get distracted. We are about to change the formation. All right. Hidden dragon in the depths, spirit traveling 8 extremes, 9 palaces touched, 10 directions unchanging. The guest wielding the Dharma artifact changed his movement technique. The shadow of a dragon rose from the ground. A dragon image soared into the air from the ground as the formation changed and moved around the Buddha image. Unexpectedly, It was used by the Buddha image, slowly making it corporeal. Damn it! How can it be like this? The princes cursed when they saw that the Buddha image barrier, which was already at its wit's end, could actually reverse the dragon essence and strengthen it. On the altar, Wang Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the 8th prince and the 13th prince, he showed furious and helpless expressions. Wang Yun's lips curled up in a delighted smile as he said indifferently, "8th brother, little 13th prince, you did not expect this day, right? Ha! The person you mocked and bullied since you were young will one day make you gnash your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about it." The 8th prince and the 13th prince bit their lips in silence, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If the 9th prince could rise up despite the situation, it could be explained. After all, he had been guarding the borders, radiating killing qi and making countless contributions. Furthermore, he had Xianxia's help, making up for the 9th prince's weakness of not having a foundation in the imperial capital. However, how capable was the 4th prince? He had been synonymous with trash since he was young. To think that he could ride on their heads, aloof, mocking them. The various factions in the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region all had their own goals. Chaotic battles broke out everywhere, turning the sky dark and the ground dark. Everywhere was a battlefield. Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan left, watching from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they did not participate. Logically speaking, the two should be helping Xi. However, for some reason, they chose not to help either side. Should we make a move? I feel that we can bet on it. Zhen Yuan looked into the distance, raring to give it a try at Xi's side. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Don't. That fellow's potential is far from being exposed. Let's see how many trump cards he has. The more he exposes, the higher our chances of victory. Yan Songming calmly made his choice, showing a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for Yan Songming. After Yuan Zhen attacked in the sky, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and closed his eyes to rest. Yuan Zhen did not chase after Xi. He continuously chanted scriptures, using the momentum that the 4th prince Wang Yun gathered to fill the sky with flickering auspicious clouds. Yuan Zhen continuously pushed back the originally vast and unparalleled demonic clouds. As for Xiaoqin, he frowned slightly. As he looked at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows in front, he remained silent. Just as Xiaoqin was about to grab the black cloak formed by the blood moon, a flash of scarlet lightning appeared and snatched it away from his eyes. "It's him." The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiaoqin found vaguely familiar the first time he met him in Divine City. The second time, this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared during the fight for the 5-element divine lightning. However, he did not appear at the same time as Ming Xian. The next time Xiaoqin met him was now. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows held the black cloak and laughed strangely. "Do you want it?" Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he asked, "You recognize me?" "Ha! How laughable! How laughable! Xiaoqin, you still do not recognize me? This is really disappointing." The scarlet shadow encasing Xiaoqin's body slowly scattered. His true body was actually a blood-sucking vine. However, what truly shocked Xiaoqin was the face that appeared on the blood-sucking vine. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. That was a face that Xiaoqin had forgotten long ago. It was a person that should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. This was the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King. The Thunder King who laid out the plan, the one from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the one who wanted to help the Black Lotus Church unify the Kunlun Realm. "You are actually not dead." A murderous intent flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. His expression changed slightly, unable to hide his shock. "Ha! If the Black Lotus Church did not leave behind a strand of my soul, allowing me to reincarnate in the Great Thousand Realms, would I still be so loyal to them?" The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. "I look forward to seeing how long you can last against me in your current state." In his fight with the first Prince Wang Fei, Xiaoqin was severely injured and drained a lot of energy. Even now, Xiaoqin had not recovered much of his energy. It would be hard for him to block an opponent of the level of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, Xiaochen remained calm, not showing any fluster in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. Since you chose to expose yourself, I can only kill you again. I am Black Egg. I am White Egg. Now that the two eggs appear, who can compete with me?" The black and white eggs, who had been waiting impatiently in the divine universe steel, received Xiaochen's instructions. The black and white eggs immediately leaped out and erupted with a horrifying aura that rivaled that of a six-vein sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs turned into two hurricanes, one black and one white, charging at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Chapter 23:19. Since the two eggs appeared, who could compete with them? Two tornadoes, one white and one black, howled as they charged at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Xiaochen remained calm, not worried that the black and white eggs would lose. With Xiaochen's current strength, he could rival a five-vein sovereign emperor. The two eggs were at least as strong as a six-vein sovereign emperor. The two faux god puppets used Xiaochen as a reference and would always be slightly stronger than him. Xiaochen was a six-vein sovereign emperor with the black and white eggs' combat experience, the two's tacit cooperation, and the special nature of the puppets' bodies. Xiaochen could not think of any reason why he would lose to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. That's not right. I should address the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows as the Thunder King now. With this thought, a murderous intent surfaced in Xiaochen's eyes again. How many outstanding talents of his Kunlun realm had died? To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows dared to appear before Xiaochen and expose his identity. Xiaochen did not mind killing the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows again, making him disappear completely. This kind of person, who wanted to bury the entire world for his own benefit, should not exist in this world. Puppets? You want to kill me with just two puppets? Xiaochen, you are really naive. The Thunder King originally felt somewhat shocked when he sensed the black and white eggs' auras. Facing two six-vein sovereign emperors at the same time would still put some pressure on him. However, if they are just puppets, the Thunder King smiled sinisterly. They are not worth mentioning at all. Countless demonic vines tangled together and turned into two beams of scarlet electric light as they burst out. In an instant, they charged into the two hurricanes. With a loud rumble, the hurricanes dispersed in an instant. The shock waves spread out. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and took a few steps back. Then he scattered the shock waves with a palm strike. The two demonic scarlet vines repeatedly attacked the black and white eggs, splitting the demonic vines. The demonic vines split apart, looking like scarlet snakes opening their mouths and biting the black and white eggs. Before entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the Thunder Sovereign had fully displayed its horror, biting the heavenly wolf empire's Tuoba Yao with demonic vines. When the demonic vines bit the heavenly wolf empire's Tuoba Yao, the demonic vines instantly sucked out most of the other party's qi and blood. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, the Thunder King suddenly recalled that puppets didn't have physical bodies. His entire body was made of divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and with the help of formations he was forged. When the thousands of blood snakes bit it, the scene that severely injured Tuoba Yao did not reappear. The black and white eggs remained undamaged. Kacha! Kacha! The black and white eggs grabbed the blood-sucking vines that wanted to shrink back, and they continuously punched them. The two blood-red vines, which looked like the arms of the Thunder King, were continuously shattered. The 10,000-meter-long blood-red vines were instantly blasted into nothingness. Little blockhead's ability isn't enough. You've made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but your strength is still only SOSO. After the black and white eggs approached the Thunder King, they launched an endless barrage of attacks. The two eggs' Dao domains layered over each other, working together seamlessly. In just a short while, the Thunder King was exhausted from dealing with them, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The humiliation in Xiaochen's words infuriated the Thunder King, causing him to howl. Even if I lie to you, there is nothing you can do about it. The black and white eggs' combat experience rivaled that of a faux gods. Back then, when Xiaochen first saw them, he nearly gave up on the martial Dao. This showed how horrifying they were. The Thunder King treated the two as ordinary puppets, so he was destined to suffer. Xianxia did not pay much attention to the battle. He kept his eyes on the black robes controlled by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Clearly, this item was very important to Xi. He needed to obtain it. The Thunder King, who had had his fill of humiliation from the black and white eggs, roared, and electric light burst out from his entire body. The piercing and dazzling Dao might that rivaled a sixth-layer Thunder Dao domain sent the black and white eggs flying. It was not over yet. The Dao domain on Xianxia's body continued to grow wildly. The instant his Dao might reached the 8th layer, thousands of scarlet vines shot out. The scarlet vines were like lightning spears, covering the sky and the ground as they surged over, carrying vast thunder might. Boom! Everywhere the scarlet vines passed, scarlet electric lights spread out in the air, showing no blind spots. The Thunder King's peak strike fully displayed the power of his Thunder Dao domain. When the scarlet vines arrived, they instantly struck the black and white eggs, shattering them into countless pieces. In the end, they are just puppets. The Thunder Sovereign held his breath and snorted coldly. That earlier strike was extremely powerful. That earlier strike drained most of his demonic energy and his great Dao energy. Even a true six-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to escape death after getting struck by that attack. How scary! I nearly shattered them into pieces. Again. The shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered, and the black and white eggs reappeared, showing no signs of damage. At the critical moment earlier, the black and white eggs disintegrated at the same time. While it looked like the Thunder King had shattered them with one strike, in reality, the black and white eggs had taken the initiative to disintegrate themselves. Bang! 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 Before the somewhat stunned Thunder King could react, the black and white eggs charged over again. The vines of the gigantic blood-sucking vines shattered. However, after a while, only the trunk remained. Since the Thunder King could not defeat them, he no longer dared to fight, frantically fleeing. That is, suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows had cut off one of the vines holding the black robes, allowing the black robes to fly back into the air. Xianxia's figure flashed as he attacked at lightning speed, grabbing the black robes in his hand. When Xianxia flipped the black robes over, he saw a scarlet dragon image embroidered on the inside. As he held it, the entire black robe seemed to move about like it was alive. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art in Xianxia's body circulated involuntarily. With a thought, Xianxia tried to use his demonic Dao divine energy to control this black-clad sage robes. However, he helplessly discovered that there was an invisible membrane on the saint robe itself, blocking all of his divine essence and soul stones outside. After a while, Xianxia understood. His cultivation technique was not right. No matter how strong his demonic energy was, he could not control this black-clad sage robes. Damn it! Scram! She, who was being held back by Wang Yan, glanced over and discovered that the black robes landed in Xianxia's hand. Enraged, she swept his sword across and forced back Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. Wang Yan's palm exploded, and his Yen imperial sword trembled endlessly, nearly falling out of his hand. After Wang Yan landed, he moved back another 100 steps before he managed to neutralize the might of the other party's sword strike. Terrifying. Is this the other party's true strength? She, who had no choice but to expose his strength, forced back the other party with one sword strike. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared before Xianxia. Give me the sage robes or die. She showed a stern expression, showing unprecedented anxiety in his eyes. Clearly, this sage robes were very important to him. This was the first time Xianxia faced this person. He did not look at the other party's left eye as he said calmly, "If you were fully confident of killing me, you would not be wasting words with me. I can give you the sage robes, but you have to agree to one condition." Xi's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "Speak. Hand Jianghe to me." Xianxia already confirmed that he could not control the black-clad sage robes. After thinking for a while, he made this decision. This was the only opportunity for him to rescue Xianxia. Aside from the black-clad sage robes, she did not seem to care about anything else. Deal. She did not hesitate, showing a smile on his face. The scarlet cross in the depths of the demonic eye reappeared, spinning in reverse at an incredible speed. After a while, a figure was tossed out of the demonic eye. It was the star-plucking bandit, Xianxia. Xiaochen kept his promise, tossing the black-clad sage robes to the other party. Whoosh! She casually flipped the sage robes around and put them back on. The long black robes extended all the way to Xi's calves. Scarlet dragons swam on the robes like they were alive, looking incredibly strange. I'll leave this trash to you. She smiled faintly and left in a flash, ignoring Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he missed something. She agreed more straightforwardly than he expected. What a loss. I am useless to him now. He wants to find the inheritance key's location on me. Wearing that sage robe is equivalent to wearing the entire Shuowu dynasty, Xianxia said softly with a sigh after Xiaochen helped him up. After Xiaochen helped Xianxia up, he sighed and said softly. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "It is probably not that simple. Let's not think about it. It is already worth it if I can get you back." Ha! What a brother! Xianxia laughed happily when he heard that. He did not feel sullen about being imprisoned at all, feeling very carefree. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white eggs, who had chased after the Thunder King, returned. After they landed, they circled Xianxia. Black Egg sniffed and said, "A familiar aura. It is very similar to the same person but somewhat different." Ha! I get it now. You are an egg laid by a dragon egg, right? White Egg suddenly guffawed in wild joy. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xianxia. Is he a descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon? Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation Heaven Dragon from Xianxia. Xiaochen suddenly recalled that when they first met, Xianxia said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Xianxia were a Heaven Dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation Heaven Dragon did, a Heaven Dragon was, after all, a Heaven Dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was understandable that a Heaven Dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiaochen was thinking, Xianxia showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiaochen, what the heck are these two fellows? Xianxia could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiaochen's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiaochen was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, "That is natural. With the two of us making a move, there is a possibility of failure." However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool. Xiaochen looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Mingxian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyun. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiaochen's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Xianxia could not help sighing as he watched the majestic chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yen City, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the scarlet dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wang Yans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the 9th altar. At some point in time, Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the 9th altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the 9th altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation Heaven Dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the Heavenly Dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the Azure Dragon's old lands. Xiaochen recovered his wits and asked Xianxia, who was beside him. Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret. Xiangxi's expression turned grave, and his expression changed. The previous Heavenly Dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation Heaven Dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify. What Xianxia thought was his business. I believe you. Xianxia smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiaochen. Xiaochen responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen, this person really hit himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled? With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yen Songming's help, Wang Yun's refinement of the Yen Imperial Sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yan gathered Xiao Sua and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yan hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth prince Wang Yun was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yan could make a decision, Wang Yun laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yen Imperial Sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yun actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's Great Tao with the Yenwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace in the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the Hidden Spirit Temple, not letting the Hidden Spirit Temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Shuowu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yen Imperial Sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yen Emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders had been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yen Emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yenwu dynasty was finished. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestor seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yen Emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently, "This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the Hidden Spirit Temple arranged, right? Although I know that you are close to the Hidden Spirit Temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over." When the Yen Emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yen Emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, When Wang Yun drew his Yen imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Chen, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong! Just the shockwaves were unblockable. After Xiao Chen landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, a small tree sapling giving off flames appeared in the core region. Before Xiao Chen could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yen Emperor Tree. This was the Yen Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yen Emperor Tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie? Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yen Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xiao Chen had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xiao Chen's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures descended from the ancient Yen Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Su. Big brother, the ninth prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Sua landed, he explained to Xiaochen why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, "This ninth prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yen Emperor fruits and sent us back." Xiaochen withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yun occupying the ninth altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The third round of the crown prince selection was closely related to the second round. The ancient Yen Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the two of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epoch was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epochs was unstoppable. The Wings of Time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epoch, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yen Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiaochen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiaochen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these two also had an ethereal immortal palace key. Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The third ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren and Dao Yen were together. Wenren probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon King's group. When Xiao Chen looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold, murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The ancient Yen Emperor tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. "Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the Wings of Time." The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. "I know." Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yen Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yen Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yen Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyan, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyan, Xiaochen suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiaochen said after some thought. "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyan's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyan. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiaochen lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiaochen spoke, Chu Chaoyan shifted his gaze to Xianxia. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Xianxia showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Xi's torture. Boom! Xianxia lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Xianxia raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The 2 palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. "Retreat!" Xiaochen pulled Xianxia and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Sua landed, he tightly grasped the scarlet blood war banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiaochen, Chu Chaoyan, and Xianxia with grave expressions. The shock waves of the 2 palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on Xianxia. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. "Xiaochen, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem." After Chu Chaoyan said that, Xianxia felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Xianxia had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Xianxia cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people but his heartless father. "Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself. Hand this person to me." She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. "Sure." Xiaochen was exceptionally straightforward. startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the Scarlet Dragon's sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha, kacha, crack, crack. This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Su'a and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiaochen, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiaochen and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiaochen looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, my friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Su'a and Xiaochen were in front. Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He were on his left and right. She blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epic has already aged, and the new epic is about to begin. Epics come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you, abandon you, kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyun sought out Xiao Chen for cooperation. Shi's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chen, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyun explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyun had not told Xiao Chen how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Su'a had the pirate alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Chen only addressed Xiao Chen as Big Brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chen because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chen. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one aside from Xiao Chen. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Shi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chen and the others with his aura, she did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Shi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the blue dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chen also had the blue dragon bloodline, she could be considered on the blue dragon's side. If that was true, Xi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the blood dragon's saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Xi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyun, Jiang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. In the past, Xiao Chen wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked up at Xi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chen was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chen really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyun showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiao Chen was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiao Chen also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiao Chen's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiao Chen wondered if Xiao Chen really handed over his friend. Is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiao Chen only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Xi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flames slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiao Chen would draw the tyrant saber on his back? Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Jiang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remain the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Xi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yan Tsangming, Wen Renyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiao Chen. However, once they figured it out, Xiao Chen, who still had to protect Jiang He, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Chen drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. Xi's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xianxia used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xianxia ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. I'll block him. A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go. A look of determination flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xianxia created. The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz. Xianxia seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble. As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xianxia, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Xianxia was the key to the ethereal immortal palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiaoqin or the people around Xiaoqin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiaoqin. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiaoqin or the people around Xiaoqin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiaoqin. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him, the inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Xianxia. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Sikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiaoqin. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal immortal palace key, they could start a new epic. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epic. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Xianxia. Yen Songming and the profound Heaven Holy Lands Wenrenyu raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Xiaoqin took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xianxia, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xianxia did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23:23. The blood dragon swimming on the sage cloak merged its claws with Xi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xianxia to advance. What blocked him was not a person but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Xi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Suo gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Suo slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Suo suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Suo's scarlet blood war banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then he took a step forward with the scarlet blood war banner in his hand. The scarlet blood war banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Xi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Xi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Xi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble! The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu Si. The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Suo to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the scarlet blood war banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Suo suffered a backlash. Then he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, Xi waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Suo's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Suo's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Suo was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. Xi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Chen used the scarlet blood war banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since Xi could restrain Xi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Suo was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Chen. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Chen was pinned to the ground by his own scarlet blood war banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Suo did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Suo did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the scarlet blood war banner. Xiao Suo showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Kasi, Xi, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Suo's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Suo had used his own brute force to pull out the scarlet blood war banner. The instant Xiao Suo pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Suo held up the scarlet blood war banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiaosua's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiaosua held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rowed a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiaosua stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. Xi revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiaosua to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiaosua. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiaosua's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiaosua showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least 2 of the people chasing Xiao Chen are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiaosua grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiaosua. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiaosua as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiao Chen will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiaosua lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack then." As Xi and Xiaosua fought, Xiao Chen, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Chen could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Dao Yan, Wen Renyu, Yan Cangming, Zhen Yuan, and the others held the ethereal immortal palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal immortal palace lay with Jiang He, so they gave chase as well. Yuan Zhen attacked again. Xiao Chen and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuan Zhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuan Zhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yan and Wen Renyu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk." I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, Chu Chaoyan added. Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me. Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiao Chen could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks. Jiang He knew that for Xiao Chen to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack! Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuan Zhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal immortal palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal immortal palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal immortal palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Sikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Sikong Shu in confusion. Sikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something? Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal immortal palace was about to appear. The ethereal immortal palace is about to appear? The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace does not have much to do with Jiang He. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase any more. We should not give chase, Sikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jiang He leave. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jiang He. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared? Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Songming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiao Sua. Then he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiao Sua's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiao Sua might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiao Sua. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiao Suo swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the Divine Palace key changed right after Jiang He unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Chen, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jiang He now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jiang He had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal immortal palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the immortal palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Chen took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jiang He, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor, shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun, Yan Songming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Renyu, and Sikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal immortal palace keys. Haha, chase. However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The immortal palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yan Songming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yan Songming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the soaring dragon great realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yan Songming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal immortal palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jiang He? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jiang He's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, after the ethereal immortal palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for Milord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up. What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang He is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, the ethereal immortal palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang He has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him? Ming Xian asked as he looked at Shi, raising his eyebrows. Shi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, there's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys. Shi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jiang He, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jiang He, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Dao outstanding talents, great desolate Ian bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-vein sovereign emperor like Xiao Chen could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Xiao Chen grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Xiao Chen had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jiang He felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no. Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empires Xiahozun. Jiang He, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahozun had been guarding the periphery under Sikong Shu's orders. This was to prevent Jiang He from breaking out of the encirclement with Xiao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahozun said indifferently, Jiang He, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Dao sovereign emperors. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jiang He's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jiang He thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his Heaven Dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epic gathered here. Jiang He's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiahozun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jiang He. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jiang He, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jiang He felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiahozun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao sovereign emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jiang He had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal immortal palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch-black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Xiaoqin. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into 2. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the space great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yen, who grasped the 10th layer ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epic, no one grasped the time Tao. Not to mention the current martial epic. Xiao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the time Tao. However, it was far from the time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the third round of the succession race on the ancient Yen Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yen and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these two would ascend to the top of the Yen Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole giving off space-time fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the wings of time, was in there as the epic changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the wings of time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epics. It could even be said that whoever grasped the wings of time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epic, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Qinzhao's dragon palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yen City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor and Dao Emperor and Qin and had and mountain into and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Su Yi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Hanshan and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The 3 of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Su Yi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Hanshan hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, "Who are you talking about?" Su Hanshan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, "Stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about?" All right, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, "The geniuses nurtured by the 5 superfactions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wenren Yu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyan. In any case, it can't be Xiao Qin, right?" Su Hanshan interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, "As for who is most likely, naturally it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal." Abbot Su Yi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these 2 people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epic was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epic. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiao Chen looked at the current situation. Experts that only foe gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yenwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yen City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The foe gods of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these foe gods. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. The ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the Sword Dao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the Sword Dao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it?" When Su Yi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Su Yi said somewhat helplessly, "Junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yanwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of foe gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts, who dominated a region or ruled the world, all felt how insignificant they were before the epic's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The foe gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning nonstop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the immortal palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a foe god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the immortal palace and the wings of time. Sikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yan Cangming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Sikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the wings of time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He! Jiang He! Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is?" The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Of course it's people like Father, only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiao Chen could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy." The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's legs stubbornly. Why does Father have to leave? Little Jiang He does not allow Father to leave. Why? Because Father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang He, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. "Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City?" The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me." "Ha! Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, "Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up." Bastard. Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines? The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Xianxia. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Xianxia showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, "I must find you. I want to ask you why." Then he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Xianxia fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. "Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now?" Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Xiangxi's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then he saw Xiangxi's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Xiangxi's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then he placed his hand on Xiangxi's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the key suddenly shattered. As Xiaochen looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan Songming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan? To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yan Songming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiaochen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiaochen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiaochen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiaochen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiaochen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiaochen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiao Chen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyan. Come, let's go as well. Xiao Chen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Sua and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Sua and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Xiao Chen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. "Big brother, look!" On the surface of the lake, Xiao Sua suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Sua asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epics, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Sua immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses? You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, "I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it." "Big Brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake?" Xiao Chen showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Sua's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it just like Hao Kai. Then he suddenly recalled it. "Let's not talk about this. Where are the others?" Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Sua and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection. Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. How do you know all this? I did not sense it. Hee. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier? How is that difficult? It is as simple as returning to myself. The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Sua. After some thought, he said, "Follow it." Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Songming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the Wings of Time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the Blue Dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chen again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Chen had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom. The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying Immortal Corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop, plop. Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow-white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above immortal burial lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiaochen, Yan Songming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing qi. Bush, bush, bush. Without giving Yan Songming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chen. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen drove the 10,000 dragons art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom. The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chen punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chen directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chen easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Chen drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen was shocked and raised his guard. Bang, bang. Xiao Chen continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Chen also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushin Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Qin had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome! Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yen Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yen Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiao Chen attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiao Chen did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiao Chen took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiao Chen saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon Blood Vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiao Chen had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiao Chen feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiao Chen. All this while, Xiao Chen did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiao Chen's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiaochen was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no. Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiaochen let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiaochen could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother! Xiao Sua's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Sua prepared to jump down after Xiaochen. I can't. Just as Xiao Sua was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a foe god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother got pulled down. Xiao Sua appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiaochen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiaochen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiaochen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiaochen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiaochen at any moment. Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Xianxia on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Xianxia, he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Xianxia. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Songming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry